This is a production of SDPB.
Touchdown! This is for a state championship. Oh, drop kick, and it's good!
There's going to be some highlights coming off of this.
The short-range jumper.
Edging out in lane 4, the top seed.
This South Dakota High School State Championship event is conducted under the direction of the South Dakota High School Activities Association.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Watertown. It's all come down to this. Championship Saturday night here at the Class A Girls Basketball Tournament. Along with Nate Kading, I'm Steve Toom. Great to have you with us tonight. Two games coming your way tonight. The third place game followed by the championship game for all the marbles. And Nate, we had two games earlier today that were fantastic.
One possession, back and forth ball games down the stretch. Lakota Tech, after trailing by 12 at the half, came back, were able to knock off the Wagner Red Raiders. And then in the second one, back and forth affair. West Central made a push at the end. Sioux Valley had just enough to squeak it out.
Yep, one possession game, so Sioux Valley claims the consolation championship for the second year in a row. And that sets us up for tonight, the Battle of the Chargers. Second year in a row they've met at the state tournament. Last year was in the semifinals. Tonight it's for third place, Hamlin, and the defending champion, Sioux Falls Christian. We will have new champions. Will it be Lennox or will it be unbeaten Makpia-Luta? They met. It was a 10-point game during the regular season. We'll talk about that and more as the night progresses, but here's how the teams got here. See Hamlin over Lakota Tech in the first round. Lennox, their stifling defense shut down Sioux Valley. Makpia-Luta pulled away from West Central, and then Sioux Falls Christian shut down Wagner 61-49. Last night that Lennox defense stifling again.
And they've really utilized their length, athleticism, switching defenses throughout the game, kept Hamlin off balance all night long. And yes, their length and athleticism is special that not many teams can match.
And then Makpia-Luta shut down the inside game of Sioux Falls Christian, prevailing by 13 points. And that sets up this third place matchup. Sioux Falls Christian 20-5 on the season. Dan DeYoung is their head coach. They lost to Hamlin on a neutral floor on February 13th at the Corn Palace, 74-68, the final score in that contest. And they are a very tall team, as you see their march to the state tournament. Elk Point, Jefferson, and Vermilion in the regions, and then Groton area, that's who they beat in the Sodak 16, and they lost that rematch last night against Makpia-Luta, rematch of last year's championship game. And the starting lineups brought to you by First Dakota. A lot of seniors. Aubrey Van Beek going to Dakota Wesleyan to play basketball, along with Emery Lim, Sydney Scott. She's going to Bethel to compete in track and field. Ruth Dvorak, Leslie Setzer, that rounds out the starting lineup for Sioux Falls Christian. On the other side of the ledger, Tim Coisty leads the Hamlin Chargers. They were third place a year ago. They won it all on this very floor back in 2023. And here's their march to the state tournament. Only one loss in the regular season. That was to Wagner. They beat Florence Henry and then Sisseton by 20 in the regions, but that Sisseton game a lot closer than the final score indicates. They had a tough time getting by Lakota Tech. They trailed at halftime, and then they lost to Lennox last night, and their offense really couldn't get rolling. Here's their starting lineup. It's again brought to you by First Dakota Bank. They'll have the senior Addison Neuendorf, along with Sarita Stevenson, sister Paxton Neuendorf, Izzy Stephenson, a junior, and the sophomore Adeline Jensen. That rounds out the starting lineup for Hamlin. We have the Battle of the Chargers here. We're just moments away from the pregame ceremonies, and we'll have the introduction of our teams. Glad you could join us tonight on SDPB3. Our public addresser tonight is Ryan Neal, and he'll get things underway.
Good evening. The South Dakota High School Activities Association, along with its corporate partners, Sanford Health, Dakota Bank, Farmers Union Insurance, Billion Automotive, and the South Dakota Army National Guard, welcome you to this championship session of the State A Girls High School Basketball Tournament. This tournament is being conducted under the guidance and regulation of the South Dakota High School Activities Association for the enjoyment and benefit of high school students. Good sportsmanship is essential for the success of these programs. We hope you will enjoy the games and support your athletes in a positive and sportsmanlike manner. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, will you please stand as we honor America? We are proud to present Makpialuta immersion students. They will sing the Lakota flag song, which is a musical composition dedicated to honoring the American flag. The translation of the Lakota flag song to English is as follows. I intend to defend the flag of the United States of America so that it will stand forever. I have done this because under the United States of America, the people may live forever. Following the completion of the Lakota flag song, please remain standing for the national anthem. The national anthem will be sung by Sarah Lee from Watertown under the direction of Tanner Chilson. We remind all in attendance that the proper respect is to face the flag, remove your hat or cap, and stand at attention with your right hand over your heart. Veterans and active duty military not in uniform may also salute the flag. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lakota flag song followed by the national anthem. And now, let's meet tonight's starting lineups in alternating fashion.
I'm living in that 21st century.
At 1 guard for Sioux Falls Christian, 5'8" and a senior, number 1, Aubrey Van Dijk. At guard for Hamlin, 5'6" and a senior, number 3, Eddie Newendorf. At 4 for Sioux Falls Christian, 6 foot and a junior, number 10, Emery. At 4 for Hamlin, 5'8" and a senior, number 5, Serena Stevenson. At guard for Sioux Falls Christian, 5'7" and a senior, number 12, Sydney Scott. At guard for Hamlin, 5'5" and a freshman, number 10, Lexton Newendorf. At guard for Sioux Falls Christian, 5'10" and a senior, number 22, Rude DeBarche. For Hamlin at 4, 5'8" and a junior, number 12, Izzy Stevenson. At center for Sioux Falls Christian, 6'2" and a junior, number 24, Leslie Setzer. At 4 for Hamlin, 6 foot and a sophomore, number 32, Eddie Jensen. Assistant coaches for Sioux Falls Christian, Ryan Fetter, Zach Perry, Wanda Negebauer. Assistant coaches for Hamlin, Jamie Newendorf, Ellie Stevenson, and Riley Seed. Head coach of the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers, Mr. Dan DeYoung. And head coach of the Hamlin Chargers, Mr. Tim Coisty.
My talent, creativity, purity, and honesty is honestly being crowded by these grown thoughts. Reality is catching up.
All right, our officials are Summer Lunderman, Jordan Fast, Chris Frericks. And we are ready for basketball. Hamlin in the home whites, Sioux Falls Christian, the road blue uniforms. Along with Nate Kading, I'm Steve Toom. Great to have you here. Our final session of the Girls A basketball tournament. The season ends tonight. We will have new champions. But first, we must determine third place. Setzer controls the tip to Lems.
And like they normally do, I'm sure they're going to want to establish the interior as quickly as they can.
Setzer puts it up, rolls off the rim, tip to the outside. And Newendorf tracks it down through Stevenson's fingertips. And was it touched by a Charger? The officials will confer. And it looks like Hamlin's going to get it. And they're going to change the call. It will be Sioux Falls Christian ball. This is a situation, too. Sportscasters don't like where you got both teams with the same mascot, so we can't say Chargers because you don't know who we're referring to.
Yeah, and Hamlin had 18 turnovers in their semifinal loss last night. And here they get Emery Lems off the diagonal.
Nice soft touch. Good entry pass.
And Lems led them in scoring last night with 15. Setzer was a little bit quieter, their leading scorer, 10 under her average.
Here's a three on the way, or no good, but there's Stevenson with the rebound and the foul on Sioux Falls Christian. 2 free throws coming up.
And Stevenson giving up multiple inches there to Emery Lems, but just battled, kind of worked her and wedged her underneath the rim and was in the right spot for that ricochet.
And here's Stevenson's first free throw. It is good. Sarita Stevenson on the year, 66% at the free throw line. A 5'8" senior, averages 3.5 points, 4 rebounds per game. She got them both. We're tied at 2.
Hamlin typically just in pressure, half-court, man-to-man defense.
Dvorak out on the perimeter. She's heading to Wayne State to play basketball. Van Beek Hands off. Here's the runner by Scott, but knocked out of her hands, and it will stay with Sioux Falls Christian.
Quick hands there by Paxton Neuendorf. And this Hamlin team does not go very deep. In both their state tournament games, they battled some foul trouble.
Setzer was fouled as she caught the interior pass. 2 free throws coming up. Looks like this one's going to be on Adeline Jensen, her first. Team's first.
Yeah, and they just ride their starters so heavy that if any one of them gets in foul trouble, it's a tough predicament for Coach Coisty. They went to Ava Taschner a little bit, but that was pretty much all we saw last night.
3 years ago, that was kind of the formula that won them a state championship, as Setzer makes the second of 2 free throws. Sioux Falls Christian with the lead, and they will apply pressure. And these teams met last year out in Spearfish, the semifinals. Nice bounce past Jensen, nothing there. Stephenson has it, and it rolls off the rim. They also met on February 13th at the Corn Palace. Hamlin won that contest 74-68.
Yeah, and right now Addison Neuendorf checking Ruth Dvorak. And Izzy Stephenson oftentimes will guard the second biggest player. Obviously, they put Jensen on Setzer.
Sioux Falls Christian has the height advantage as Lems works it nicely.
You can see just that strength and that size that Lems just went right at Izzy Stephenson. And Stephenson's not a true poster, true big. Honestly, they play the 4-guard lineup, and she's the one that needs to try to battle. And there's not many teams in the state that have twin towers like Emery Lems and Leslie Setzer.
And then you throw Dvorak in there as well. It's kind of a triple threat in the middle as Van Beek picked up the foul. Jensen, it slapped out of her hands. So they play on, not traveling. Stevenson gives way to Stephenson. She'll drive, throw it up and in. Izzy Stephenson held in check, only 7 points last night. She averages 16 a game.
Yeah, it's big for her to get going. Most games you know what you're going to get out of Addison Neuendorf, but she's kind of the Robin to the Batman with Neuendorf, and they need her to be a big part of their offense.
That was Stevenson who forced that steal there. And now Addison Neuendorf backs it out, calls out the play, gets the screen, and we're going to have an offensive foul on Adeline Jensen, and quickly that's number 2.
Yeah, that's a big situation right there. They got her sliding into the screen outside of her frame and picked up 2 early ones here 3 minutes into this.
And outside of Addison Neuendorf, that's the one player Hamlin cannot afford to get in foul trouble. Again, they don't go too deep on that bench. Up top to Van Beek. Let's see if they feed it inside the Setzer. They will. She's maneuvering in the paint, pulls up, got it.
And we talked about Setzer, only 3 of 12 last night. She did have 9 rebounds, but only 8 points, well below her season average.
It's knocked out of bounds. It'll stay with Hamlin. Timeout on the court. 4:38 left. First quarter, 7-4. Sioux Falls Christian on top. Back in a moment, right here on SDPB.
As much as you have accomplished, there are times you'd rather not go it alone. While you determine what direction you go, we're here to help along the way. So go. Go with community. Go with neighbors. Go with understanding. Go with support.
And welcome back to Watertown as we're getting ready to continue this third place game between Hamlin and Sioux Falls Christian. Hamlin throws it into Jensen, swings it over to Stevenson. I'm Steve Toom, he's Nate Kading.
And they look to try to normally free Addison Neuendorf. She inbounds it, and there they tried to get her off of the pin down. But you see Sydney Skop right now is giving very minimal help off Neuendorf.
Skop, again, very good track athlete as the three is pulled up. And Addison Neuendorf from way downtown.
So she just decides to back up a little further and let that fly.
Looks like we got a 2-3 zone here. Tipped. Oh, but that was number 2, Oakley Hadler, who got it. Gets it back as Setzer couldn't handle it. We'll reset on the other side with Skop. Feeds Setzer, turns, puts it up off the window. She's got 5 early on.
And all 9 of their points right now coming inside, whether it's Lems, whether it's Setzer.
Neuendorf tries to go all the way, does so.
That was a great veer step into that defender, into Skop, so she couldn't recover back into the play.
Big crowd for both schools here tonight. You expect that for Hamlin. They're just a few miles down the road. And that's going to be Stephenson who steals it away on the run out. Won't go, but she was fouled.
Good anticipation there by Izzy Stephenson. Took away that high post feed and went coast to coast.
Skop's foul, her first, team's third. Stephenson on the year, 73% at the charity stripe. 5'8" junior, great all-around athlete. Be interesting where she decides to go to college.
Yeah, she had the older, her 2 older twin sisters were on that group last year that graduated.
And the free throw's good. Yep. Izzy Stephenson, just a junior, so she has time to make up her mind as we get back to action. Lems had it taken away by Hamlin. Stephenson on the run out.
You can see that activity from the Hamlin guards in their zone.
Stevenson blocked by Lems, and then Jensen threw it to no one along the baseline. A little miscommunication there, and Hamlin with the turnover. 2:41 left. Hamlin by 1.
Yeah, and they've really done a nice job trying to cover up the high post, even though they're in zone. Normally there might be a big gap in that middle, but their weak side wing.
Hadler with the ball, Lems along the baseline. Can't make anything happen. Hadler stops in the lane. Stanford with the runner, got it. Haley Stanford.
And Setzer had a nice post seal right there. Pinned off that help defender.
Shot put up, no good, but Jensen all along cleans it up, and she's got her first points of the night.
That's always the thing when a shot blocker comes over and has to rotate trying to make a play. That weak side offensive glass is just wide open, and you saw it right there with Jensen.
Backdoor cutter Hadler, blocked, foul. Who's this one on?
I think they got Stephenson from behind, or excuse me, Stevenson from behind.
Yes. And Addison Neuendorf was definitely pleading that case with the official. Number 5, not number 32. Hadler at the line. Yet to score in the tournament, and she's in the scoring column now.
Nothing wrong with a little player to ref lobbying, Steve, you know? We've seen it a couple of times, not a lot this tournament, but maybe one of our previous games with trying to keep one of the players out of foul trouble.
That one's well short of the mark, and that's Stevenson who gets that rebound. Crossover dribble. Pass, Stevenson, the little Euro step, and if shots missed, here's Hadler on the move, looking for Van Beek.
Man, both the last two possessions, both teams got away with maybe a half extra step.
Foul on Hamlin. Addison Neuendorf, her first, team's fourth. So a minute 24 left. More fouls on Hamlin means free throws. Here's a high arcing shot, misses everything, but collecting that one was Reitzma. Here's a shot from the corner, it's good. That was Hadler.
Oakley Hadler stepping up, hitting the big shot.
Yeah, she hadn't scored at all until a few moments ago, and here we're gonna have a foul on Dvoracek. That is her first, team's fourth. So with a minute to go, we'll have a sub in, Setzer in, Dvoracek out for Sioux Falls Christian.
And you just wonder, Sioux Falls Christian already going 8 players deep. Hamlin has yet to sub in this entire first quarter. And you mentioned it, Steve. Teams do that. Teams have had success with that. You got to stay out of foul trouble. You got to stay injury free. And you especially wonder in the third game in 3 days.
3 on the way, short, sets her up high for the rebound. Ooh, Jensen almost got her third foul. Lucky not to there.
Yeah, and they're going to just stick with this 2-3, try to, oh, nice ball movement there. Lems to Reitzma for the easy one.
Sioux Falls Christian getting contributions from their bench players. Stevenson, the head of the lane. Stephenson drives, spins, floats it up, rolls off the rim. Van Beek with the rebound, shot clock is off.
She loves to go to that stride stop, comes back to that right hand. She's had 2 of them that same way that are just a little off the mark to the left.
6 seconds left. Reitzma got her defender in the air, mid-range J, in and out. Lems rebound, and no good. And we're done with 1. Sioux Falls Christian 17, Hamlin 12. Back with more in a moment, right here on SDPB.
Bank West is rooted in South Dakota. Committed to local success. Just like you. We're all connected. In South Dakota. For South Dakota. Convenient, connected, committed. Bank West.
Reading opens every door to learning, opportunity, and understanding. The South Dakota Department of Education is strengthening literacy outcomes for students across our state, helping educators connect classroom instruction to the science of how children learn to read and write. Through professional support and shared resources, schools are building strong foundation in literacy for every learner. South Dakota Department of Education, learning, leadership, service.
As we get back to action here, little Bob Seeger blasting on the PA. I love that old-time rock and roll, and it's Hamlin trailing Sioux Falls Christian. Hamlin with the ball to start period number 2. Bench contributing 8 points so far for Sioux Falls Christian. Drive, Neuendorf blocked by Dvoracek. Numbers for Sioux Falls Christian. They go to the corner, it's tapped. Van Beek gets it. Paxton Neuendorf races down court. Setzer had it, nearly lost it. Puts it up in a crowd, foul.
And right now, Hamlin's just content to just play right behind, directly behind Leslie Setzer. And when you do that, you want to at least be physical enough to force her off the block. But when she's catching it with a foot in the paint, it's going to be a tough situation to try to stop or keep her off the foul line of what you just saw.
And here comes Jade Thuy in as Adeline Jensen just got personal foul number 3. And that is a player Hamlin cannot afford to have on the bench. Second one is good, 7 for Setzer. She had 20 points, 12 rebounds on opening day against Wagner. And we're going to have a foul on Van Beek, and that is her second.
Yeah, and Setzer had just had a host of them yesterday that were just right around the rim that she didn't capitalize on. But with her size and athleticism, and with their mentality and focus on pounding the ball inside, she gets a lot of scoring opportunities right at the rim.
Addison Jensen puts it up, and she'll draw free throws.
Yeah, nice quick attack there by Neuendorf. They cleared some space. And really, when Skop was on her to start the game, she didn't have a whole lot going. When Skop went out, she found some more space. And that's going to be Skop's second foul.
Indeed. It's a big one for Sioux Falls Christian. Neuendorf now with 6. Skop's got to go to the bench. Oakley Hadler in, the 5'6" junior, averages a little over 3 points and a rebound per game. She's already got 4 tonight. Got them both. 7 for Addison Neuendorf, playing her final game in a Hamlin uniform, and what a performer she has been over the last number of years. 3 on the way. It misses everything, and it will go to Hamlin.
Yeah, you mentioned Addison Neuendorf, just synonymous with winning, and what a competitor she is, and be staying not too far away, going to play for the Northern State Wolves, so everyone will be able to follow her close by.
Here's Stevenson on the move. Thuy, a 3. No, had the open look, but Hadler collects the rebound. Jade Thuy yet to score in this tournament. Hasn't played a whole lot of minutes as they get inside to Sioux Falls Christian. Limbs now with 6.
And that's their 14th point in the paint here, not even halfway through the second quarter.
Well, that was the winning formula versus Wagner, as Paxton Neuendorf gets a nice layup for her first points of the night.
It's a nice little up fake, showed that ball to the eye level, and defender went flying by.
3 on the way, no, and in the hands of Stevenson. Under 6 minutes to go until halftime. They'll throw it outside. Ooh, travel. Thuy, turnover, Hamlin. Dvoracek out and Reitzma in. And you got to figure Sioux Falls Christian, they've gone inside a couple of times, but with Adeline Jensen on the bench, one would think Sioux Falls Christian would really try to push it inside.
Yeah, like they normally do. I'd like to just see this Hamlin group try to at least work to a half or a 3/4, and they're just playing directly behind these bigs right now.
Reitzma with the foul, and that will be her first. Setzer had a good look there, just rolled off the rim.
Yeah, and that was the one thing you saw a lot last night with Mach-Pialuta. Even when they played their zone, but inside, a lot of the times they were trying to front that initial one, and on the pass over the top, they would fill early. And
Setzer gets the rebound, nearly had it tapped away. Setzer gets it, wants to move into the paint, shut off. Sioux Falls Christian will reset and traveling.
Yeah, a couple footwork issues, and we've seen that a decent amount at this tournament. That's why if kids are listening to this, the fundamentals, Steve, when they're doing all the pivots and the jump stops and the different footwork, you got to focus on that stuff. Matters a lot.
Always come back to the fundamentals. As Stephenson misses on the 3, but there's Thuy, block, foul. We'll have some free throws when we come back from this timeout. 4:51 left until the break. Sioux Falls Christian 21, Hamlin 16. Back in a moment right here on SDPB3.
Powering the possibilities of tomorrow starts today. For our homes, our farms, our businesses. That's why our Touchstone Energy Cooperative continually plans for the future by utilizing and sourcing safe, reliable power for the next generation. So we can power possibilities long into the future. Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, powering possibilities.
What does primary care mean to us? At Sanford Health, it means being there when and where you need it most. It means building a relationship, because when a provider really knows you, they can deliver the best care for every aspect of your health and your life. So what does primary care mean for you? It means understanding your health for today and for where you're headed next. It means a lifetime of care for a lifetime of you.
.451 left in the second quarter. Sioux Falls Christian 21, Hamlin 16. He's Nate Kading. I'm Steve Toomey. Great to have you here. Leslie Setzer picked up her first foul moments ago. Jade Thuy going to the line. Has not attempted a free throw all season.
And this Christian team, 8 of 17 from the floor so far, almost 50%. Just really going in. Only shot 3 threes as Thuy a little strong on the first one.
Thuy, 5'9", and a freshman. And the second one is good. She's into the scoring column for the first time at this tournament. It will be Stanford running the show now. They swing it around, and there's a three. Reitzma.
In those wings in the bottom of the 2-3. A nice up fake there from Thuy. She lost control of that basketball when she was going up with it.
Yeah, Lems opened down court, but they didn't see her. Sioux Falls Christian will set it up. They're trying to set it up for Setzer. Now here's Lems. She'll take it inside off the window. Nicely done.
Yeah, nice touch and focus there for Lems off the glass. Contested finish.
8 points now for her. Thuy give way. 3, Stevenson, yes.
And that was a big one from Stevenson. Hamlin needed that. They were 0 of their last 4 from the floor.
Cuts the lead to 6. Now here's Lems off the window again. Nicely done. The lost art of using the glass.
That's 10 early ones for Emery Lems. And the ball movement against this zone for Sioux Falls Christian has really been impressive.
Push foul. And that will be some free throws coming up. That's the 5th team foul. And that's on Neely Stanford, her first. But now Hamlin gets an opportunity to score without the clock moving.
Yeah, and when you put Addison Neuendorf on the foul line, who shoots almost 90% on the year.
Yeah, it's a pretty good option for Hamlin as she makes the first of 2. She has 8 points in this contest.
Yeah, and she was 7 of 8 last night from the foul line, 5 of 6 the game before.
Got it. Of course, Todd Neuendorf, her dad, basketball coach for the boys.
Yeah, a little bit of a basketball family, right? They got brother Easton up competing at Dakota Wesleyan, and
yeah, it's
mom's an assistant over there on the bench, Jamie.
Dvorak with the push foul, offensive foul, her second. Fouls starting to rack up here against Sioux Falls Christian. They have 3 players with 2. Van Beek, Skop, Dvorak. The big one is Adeline Jensen, 3 fouls for Hamlin. She's still on the bench. But Hamlin's hanging around. They're only down by 6.
Yeah, they are. And Thui's giving them some extended minutes here.
Oh, nice fake. Pass tipped away and out of bounds off of Reitzma. 11 on the shot clock.
That was a good emergency switch. Neely Stanford had left her feet on Izzy Stephenson. Oakley Hadler stopped that basketball on the drive.
The drive, the pass, it is collected. 3 seconds left. Thui misses, sets her up high for that rebound. Voracek wants to run. Reitzma is open. Nice fake, but a travel. Turnover, Sioux Falls Christian.
Yeah, both teams right now putting a lot of heat on the rim. Sioux Falls Christian especially. 2 of 5 from 3, and Hamlin only attempted 8 of them themselves. And yeah, some lower three-point numbers in comparison to some of the groups that we've seen.
Paxton Neuendorf with it. Sister Addison.
And you can see whether it's Skop, whether it's Hadler, they're doing a nice job trying to avoid those screens to arrive right on Addie Neuendorf's catch.
8 on the shot clock. Bounce pass underneath, tipped away. Stephenson throws it up, and they will play on as the ball was collected by Lems.
Sioux Falls Christian, pretty gritty defensive effort here as they back up off Dvorak.
That was halfway down and spun out. And Dvorak can hit 3-pointers. Stevenson had it tapped away. And a timeout called by Coach DeYoung to save the possession with 1:15 left. This is a 32nd timeout.
And right now, this Hamlin group being held to 25% from the floor, and Sioux Falls Christian shooting 50% from the floor right now, and that's why we have the game that we do thus far.
Points in the paint, 18-8 in favor of Sioux Falls Christian. Turnovers, pretty even, 6 for Sioux Falls Christian, 5 for Hamlin. But I tell you what, Hamlin's just sticking around and doing a pretty good job with Adeline Jensen, who got her 3rd foul with 7:32 left here in the second quarter. So if they can get to halftime, Hamlin, and still be within striking distance, that's a big win for them with their main post player on the bench in foul trouble.
Yeah, no question. And with the type of competitors that they have, and having Addison Neuendorf on their team, yeah, they're not going to be going anywhere.
Sets her in the post, puts it on the floor, elevates, scores.
Just a tough matchup with, as you mentioned, Jensen over there on the bench. Yeah, and right now in the half court, this Christian team is being very active, very stingy. They're defeating a lot of those screens. There's just not many advantages being had for the Hamlin team. And when you take Jensen out, because they love to throw it inside to get that defense to collapse down.
Yeah, they really don't have a true post presence on the court. As Stevenson drives, blocked by Lems. Shot clock and game clock pretty much identical. Let's see if Sioux Falls Christian holds for the final opportunity. They're going to pass it around the perimeter. They're being patient.
Yeah, and you can see that Izzy Stephenson just staying on that block, letting Paxton Neuendorf handle both the top and the wing.
Voracek throws it outside. Hadler, 3, no. But there's Reitzmai to finish it off. And a big bucket to end the first half of basketball. 32-22. Sioux Falls Christian outscores Hamlin 15-10 in that second period of play. We'll take a timeout and come back and have more from Watertown. This is the Class A girls basketball tournament. You're watching SDPB.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
You hear about work-life balance like it's a big equation you have to find the answer to. But I think it's much simpler than that. So simple it was right in front of us. Start with the life you want, and everything else will follow.
Ten-point lead for Sioux Falls Christian here at the break, 32-22 over Hamlin, along with Nate Kading. I'm Steve Toom. Great to have you here at the State 8 Girls Basketball Tournament. Now, last year we had a little thing we put together called Mascot Trivia. Our production crew talked to some of the fans out at the AA tournament, and we did it again this year to see, can the fans identify the mascot? Let's roll it.
Black Hills Rangers. Rapid City Cobblers. The Cobblers. No, it's the Cobblers. Cobblers. Cobblers.
Stevens.
No. What is it? Broccoli. Broncos. Dakota Valley. No, it's Belfouche. Belfouche. Yeah! Bro, are these even real? That's big. Eagles. No, Aberdeen. Right. Texas. Austin. Texas. Beer. What is their mascot? Bro,
these are.
Hey, what's the easy one? The elk. Elk what?
Elk Pine. Elk.
Elk. No. Elk something.
I got most of them, but not all of them here. And thanks to our production crew out in Rapid City, talking to some of the fans out there.
That was good, Steve. That was good. Yeah, not a great effort. I think I'm going to give them a C+, but we needed to get an A or smaller. I think those were some big city folks right there.
Yeah, Wolsey Wessington trips up everybody, but that's a unique mascot for the Warbirds. Here we've got the Battle of the Chargers. It is Sioux Falls Christian ahead of Hamlin, 32-22. Back in a moment with more here at the Class A tournament. This is SDPB.
South Dakota, a state shaped by its people. It's more than a place, it's opportunity waiting to be realized. At South Dakota State University, opportunity is turned into progress. Through research, education, and a community that inspires, SDSU drives the future of this state. We're not just here, we're taking action with purpose, trust, and impact. This is SD State.
Our Peterson Farm Seed Reps, real-life seed heroes, well, they've been known to go the extra mile, literally thousands of extra miles every year. And when they're not driving gravel roads, they're out walking fields and sampling soil. When time is the enemy, they're there to save what's left of the day. Are all Peterson Farm Seed Reps seed heroes? I guess that's a yes. Peterson Farm Seed, we're that kind of seed company.
For your little ones and your biggest joys, or your forever friends, and your fur kids too. For your better half, or your all-time bestie. For the reasons you smile, there's coverage. With dental and vision insurance from Delta Dental of South Dakota and Delta Vision.
Nothing has embodied the American spirit like the family farmer. Year after year, they continue to work the land and plant their crops. Through droughts, floods, and uncertain markets, they keep that spirit alive with another crop harvested for the next generation. And for that, we tip our hats to them. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting those that protect America's food source.
All right, we're just moments away from the start of the third quarter here between Sioux Falls Christian and Hamlin. Sioux Falls Christian up 32-22. It was 17-12 Sioux Falls Christian after one period, and they doubled up their lead here at the break. Let's check out some of the highlights from the first half as the Sioux Falls Christian team went right inside right away.
Yeah, dominated the interior in that first half, as you're seeing a couple buckets from Emery Lems right there. 20 points in the paint, 10 coming from Emery Lems, 11 points already for Leslie Setzer. And not only were they efficient offensively, shooting it at 54% with only 6 turnovers, they actually had a great defensive first half as well, holding Hamlin to only 25% shooting and just really nothing easy. They had to work for anything that they were getting, as you see a putback there from Adeline Jensen.
Reitzma coming off the bench with some big points. And there they go wide inside once again.
And Hamlin switched to that zone to first try to protect Adeline Jensen in foul trouble, and then certainly when she was on the bench, because they just don't have the size to hang with this group. But that didn't do a whole lot, because then you had some folks step up and make. You mentioned Reitzma with a huge 3. Oakley Hadler hit one against the zone as well. And you can see neither team shooting a ton of them out there, but it really just that first half came down to the paint war, and Sioux Falls Christian is definitely winning it so far.
Yeah, they're also winning the Battle of the Boards +8 against Hamlin, and Hamlin's going to have to do better. Of course, it's a tough task because Sioux Falls Christian has so much height on that team. And with Adeline Jensen on the bench for pretty much all the second quarter, I think Hamlin did a good job hanging in there, but they missed their last several field goals, and that's what extended the lead for Sioux Falls Christian to 10, probably that last minute and a half.
And really, Hamlin needs to get some secondary players. Again, Izzy Stephenson only 1 of 6 from the floor. He's had a tough night last night, only being 2 of 14, and we'll see if they can kind of get her going. She's had a few great attacks, great takes, just the ball hasn't went in for her so far tonight.
Addison Neuendorf leading the way with 9 points for Hamlin. And it's Setzer with 11 and Lems with 10, and Setzer goes to work right away. Tap to the outside, Scott picks it up. She's in attack mode, can't force it up, has to get out of the paint. Lems lobs it, Setzer puts it on the floor, and traveling the call. I got a feeling Sioux Falls Christian, they're just going to be relentless and pushing it inside.
Yeah, each and every time, and you like that thought process. I mean, a lot of coaches talk about it, but then you got to go out and put it in action. And see, and that was what Hamlin was missing in that first half when Jensen was sitting over on the bench. Just the ability to toss it into her, get something easy. And they're gonna, a lot of the time, Sioux Falls Christian just plays one-on-one inside with Setzer and Lems back there.
Setzer comes up short on that one. Good defense by Jensen. Addison Neuendorf gets a screen. Up top, nice fake. Stevenson, the free throw line, Jay, yes. 4 quick points for Hamlin to start the quarter.
Yeah, strung together with a couple stops here. Cutting this already back, and a third one, cutting it already back to a 2-possession game here early, and Coach DeYoung doesn't like how his group came to start this half.
Yep, a full timeout has been called by Sioux Falls Christian here, as they are all out of sorts coming out of the break. And Hamlin, they're right back in this one, down by 6.
And you knew Hamlin, as we mentioned in that first half, that they're too good of a team, and too veteran of a team, that have multiple athletes that have been in these big moments, and you don't get to this point and just melt away.
SDPB's coverage of high school sports and activities is made possible through the generous support of viewers like you. Contribution today helps support the broadcast of events such as the basketball championships. Make a donation today by visiting sdpb.org/donate. And having Jensen back in the game gives Hamlin a completely different look, a different presence.
Certainly, and yeah, not only offensively, but also just a bigger body inside. And she's going to be a little cautious, I'm sure, wanting to stay out of foul trouble, but tried running the same action in the first half. Look for Neuendorf off a handoff, Izzy Stephenson off the flex.
Setzer left her feet too early. Jensen drives, laid it up short. Tapped into the front row by Addison Neuendorf.
We were right in the action there, coming right at you, Steve.
Yeah, almost took out our courtside camera here. But we get back to action.
Almost knocked over my Diet Coke too, Steve. That would have been treacherous.
Nice finish by Setzer. She's got 13 now. Addison Neuendorf pulls up, short jumper, yes, she's got 11.
You see that ball handling ability. She's just so shifty with the basketball. She can get herself and her feet normally wherever she wants to go on the court.
Lob it down low, Setzer. Somebody came from behind, tied her up. And do we have a jump ball? Yes, we do. Possession arrow will head the other way with Hamlin.
And you could see immediately when Setzer got that touch, they were coming on the double team with Neuendorf.
Quickly, Addison Neuendorf hands off to Stephenson. Paxton Neuendorf, the drive, the floater, no. Lems had it and hits the deck hard fouled by Paxton Neuendorf. That is her first.
It's a nice middle drive there by Paxton Neuendorf, and had a little longer defender and Ruth Dvorak on her and just bothered that shot enough.
Lead still 6. Sioux Falls Christian was up by 10. High post, Lems backs down, takes it in and scores. She's got a dozen.
And Emery Lem just continues her strong tournament. Had 15 last night, double figures in the quarterfinal. And
just rolled off the rim. Heartbreak City there for Hamlin, as now Setzer puts it on the floor. Up, no good, foul. We'll have some free throws when we come back. 4:47 left to go, third quarter. It's Sioux Falls Christian 36, Hamlin 28. Back in just a moment. You're watching Class A girls basketball on SDPB.
Creating a legacy means different things to everyone. For us, it's about family, watching my daughter follow in my footsteps, passing the farm onto her, and working side by side every day. It's about building something that lasts. Agtegra Cooperative has been by our side through it all, supporting us from one generation to the next. Agtegra Cooperative, legacy rich, future focused for generations to come.
Lake Area Technical College provides hands-on learning and practical experience in real-world environments. Prepare for a career right out of school from the moment you step on campus for an education that can really be put to work. Lake Area Tech is the start of something new.
Join us for a behind-the-scenes sneak preview look at a bold new masterpiece drama in The Forsytes, an Inside Look.
Sunday at 8, 7 Mountain on SDPB.
(36-28). It is Sioux Falls Christian leading Hamlin here in the third quarter, and Adeline Jensen just got her 4th foul, and Jay Thuy checks in to replace her after the timeout.
And Jensen was trying to do whatever she could to stay walled up there. And I tell you, the natural reaction at times, you get a shoulder into your chest like Setzer did to you, is for your arms to come down and break that plane of verticality. And that's a little bit what happened to Adeline Jensen there.
Setzer missed the second one, and Paxton Neuendorf with the rebound. The lead is ballooned to 9 for Sioux Falls Christian. It was 10 at the break. Hamlin did cut into it. Now they've got to play without their post player. Again, is Jensen is in foul trouble. And on the bench, Addison Neuendorf misses the 3. Dvorak up high for that rebound.
And Hadler a little fortunate there. She went underneath that wide pin down, and a lot of the times you want to go that same route and try to be right on Addie Neuendorf when she catches.
Blocked by Stephenson, and then we're going to have a foul the other way. Stephenson got the block, picked up the loose ball. And a foul on Sioux Falls Christian. I think that's on Dvorak. It is her 3rd.
Yeah, we'll see if Hamlin can get some offense coming alive here.
And here's a layup by Addison Neuendorf. She just took it right down the left side of the paint.
And that's never a bad idea, getting her in some space and allowing her to attack north and south.
Dvorak misses the 3. Long rebound, tipped out of bounds by Stephenson. It will stay with Sioux Falls Christian, and they'll get a fresh shot clock.
And they're allowing Dvorak some open looks. She's 0 of 3 from 3 here today. She's generally a 35% three-point shooter coming in. Just hasn't been able to get one to drop yet.
That 3 no good, and the rebound And another foul on Sioux Falls Christian. This might be the 4th on Dvoracek. Stephenson gathered in that rebound.
Sioux Falls Christian foul number 22.
Yep, Dvoracek, foul number 4. She heads to the bench.
I think that's just her 3rd, I believe, Steve, is what
they're
their
going to say
stats.
it's 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
3rd foul on her, but that's a big one nonetheless. Second team foul on Sioux Falls Christian.
Yeah, and Sioux Falls Christian doesn't switch many of these actions. They really try to fight on and keep their matchups as good as they can. And another tough hit there from Addison Neuendorf.
Doing everything she can.
Yeah, up to 16 on the game.
Hadler in the corner. Now to Lems. Tipped out of her hands. Addison Neuendorf gets the pass. Races out, hesitates, and scores. And it's a 2-point game.
And Addison Neuendorf with a personal 8-0 run herself to cut this to 2.
It was 10. Setzer scores. I'll give her 16. Wild looked like Sioux Falls Christian may run away with this one, but Hamlin has other plans.
Yeah, it's just where's the offense going to come from for the Hamlin Chargers when it's not Addison Neuendorf.
Thuy gets the kind roll.
That one hit about every part of that rim as it fell down. And Thuy had some nice looks in that first half that were right on, just couldn't get one to drop, and there she does.
Oh, it rolled off the rim for Setzer into the hands of Neuendorf. Hamlin with a great run here, 16-7 in this third quarter as Thuy drives, shut off. Stevenson gives way to Thuy.
Can see they're essentially trying to face guard Addie Neuendorf when she gives it up. And there's her sister.
And Hamlin has come back from down 10 at the break to take a 1-point lead. Lems inside, and it's off of who? It's going to go to Hamlin.
And I tell you what, the scrappiness of these Hamlin guards right now. Sioux Falls Christian is still a lot of the times getting the basketball on the same point, but there's hands in there and they're getting tie-ups and they're getting deflections and creating some havoc.
We saw Lakota Tech earlier today come back from a 12-point deficit after 3 quarters to win. That one's off the mark. Setzer gets the rebound off the miss by Stephenson. Passes down low. Lems up and under, too strong. Rebounding foul. It's going to be on Sioux Falls Christian.
Yeah, as they were battling for that loose ball, Hamlin had secured it first.
It's going to be on Neely Stanford, her second. Stephenson hands off to Thuy. They'll run a little weave. Now Neuendorf backs it out. Has it tapped away from her. And we're, hard collision. And we're going to have a push foul on Sydney Skop, and that will be her 3rd.
And Skop did a nice job initially sliding her feet, staying in front of that basketball. And sometimes on those loose ball ones, you love the hustle, but you also, when they're going to have the basketball, you still got to be smart as well. Like we know, everyone knows that I shouldn't say it, Steve. I used to call it fake hustle a little bit, but that was real hustle. You just got to be smart. You can't dive into the body. They're going to call that 100% of the time.
Neuendorf throws up top. Swinging around, Paxton Neuendorf. Bounce pass kicked away.
You can see
Addison Neuendorf. She is just exhausted.
Hands on the knees and trying to get a quick breather here before the quarter break. It's about a 4-second difference right now between the game and shot clock.
They'll play it in. Now Stephenson will handle. Neuendorf. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. She's being double teamed. Fires it, block, foul. With 1 second on the shot clock. Lems, her second.
We saw Lems initially, she stayed with that hedge. 2 defenders were right there, the primary and the secondary. She's got the initial one off her feet, and
two-point lead for Hamlin.
yeah, there's three free throws, so got to get the sub back to the table.
Yep, got to shoot the second one, then you make the sub, and then it's free throw number 3.
And that was Addison Neuendorf's 20th point of the game. Really came alive in this third. She had a solid first half, but she's been unreal here in this third quarter.
Got all 3 of them. And it's a 4-point lead. See what they'll do. A 3-pointer on the way, no good. 43-39. Hamlin on top after 3. Back in a minute right here on SDPB.
Educators across South Dakota are coming together to elevate, educate, and empower. This June, the Department of Education hosts the South Dakota Literacy Conference in Mitchell, a gathering dedicated to advancing the science of reading and sharing new insights into how students learn, exploring research and real-world strategies for South Dakota educators to move literacy forward for all learners. South Dakota Department of Education, learning, leadership, service.
I can't imagine being anything other than a nurse. I'm also much more than a nurse. And working at Avera lets me find balance between the career that called me and a life that fulfills me.
We're ready for the fourth quarter here. Hamlin outscores Sioux Falls Christian 21-7 in that third quarter. They've got a 4-point lead after being down 10 at the break. 3 on the way, no good by Van Beek. Tipped around a couple of times, but Paxton Neuendorf comes up with the ball.
And Aubrey Van Beek, after having 10 last night, that was actually her first shot attempt of the game.
Oh, and Addison Neuendorf tried to change her mind and claps her hands in frustration as she travels. Rare mistake for her. Now, Addison Neuendorf, 12 points by herself in that third quarter. Sioux Falls Christian only scored 7 points, so Addison Neuendorf outscored them all by her lonesome. Too tall on the entry pass. It goes to Hamlin. And Adeline Jensen still on the bench with those 4 fouls, but Hamlin cooking well without her. Neuendorf, that's Paxton, misses on the 3. That's Stevenson getting the rebound to Thuy, the short range J, and she got it.
Nice hustle play there by Stevenson. Big offensive rebound. Finds a wide open Thuy who knocks down the easy one.
Dvorak traveled. Boy, the wheels just coming off here for Sioux Falls Christian as they just can't find anything that works.
Yeah, Hamlin's just doing a better job of just compacting their defense and not allowing as easy of a touches inside and more bodies around those athletes when they do get touches.
A floater up and in by Izzy Stephenson. And the lead is now 8 for Hamlin. What a turnaround this second half has been. 3 on the way, missed. Long rebound to Van Beek, who hasn't scored yet tonight. Hadler, 3, yes. Give her 7. Addison Neuendorf down the lane, turnaround, no. Rebound, Skop.
Yeah, the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers really needed that one from Hadler. She was shot ready in the corner.
Open in the corner, shot on the way, in and out, tap to the outside on the miss by Reitzma. Van Beek ends up with it.
They're creating some extra opportunities here by getting on the glass. That's a nice find there.
Oh, but a miss up close by Skop.
Hamlin gonna slow this down. Normally, yeah, when she's got in the left slot, they love to set that middle spread ball screen.
Stephenson on the drive, lost it. Oh, I think we're gonna have a travel. And we do. Good effort, but momentum took Skop and she just rolled over with the basketball. All right, here's Adeline Jensen back in.
Yeah, and great minutes there from Thuy, both defensively and being able to provide some offensive punch. And this Hamlin group, only 6 turnovers all game. It's been a big piece of them hanging around. Now they've combined some defense and then coming alive offensively.
Okay, they'll play with the fresh shot clock. Addison Neuendorf takes it away from Hadler. Bounce pass, and I think we're gonna have a jump ball, and we will. Timeout on the court, 4:47 left to go in regulation. Hamlin up by 5. Back with more in a moment, right here on SDPB.
Protecting crops. Agronomy Plus in Mitchell, Rock Creek in Howard, and Valley Station at Armour provide agronomy services, fertilizer products, and crop analysis systems, including Agronomy 365. This system helps manage your field's performance, supporting small-town communities while hiring and training local youth. Agronomy Plus in Mitchell, Rock Creek in Howard, and Valley Station in Armour, serving area producers and their communities.
It's not just about making a living. It's about upholding a way of life. We are connected to this land, committed to the future. Bank West.
And welcome back to Watertown as we are ready to get things underway. Hamlin triggers in from the baseline. Neuendorf, the high pass out front to Jensen. Neuendorf, 3-ball, bingo!
And when you get in that situation, she set that flex screen. Hadler just helped for a count. And you can't do that because then you're going to be late on that secondary action.
Van Beek back into the game. Reitzma swings it over. Hadler fires a three. That one's off the front of the rim. But there's Scott with the hustle play, and Jensen clears it away. Boy, 2 good looks there for Sioux Falls Christian. All for naught.
Yeah, and you talked about this game just kind of turned on its head there in that third, and then so far here to start this fourth.
Yep, 7-3 advantage in this period for Hamlin. 10 on the shot clock. In and out by Jensen. See what Sioux Falls Christian can do here. 3:40 and counting.
That was Jensen's first three-point attempt of the tournament. That was just in and out here as they drop back into their zone.
Big one by Van Beek, her first points of the night. And traveling the call. Good defense. Hadler has stepped up big time in this game for Sioux Falls Christian.
Addie Neuendorf was not expecting Hadler to be up there. As soon as she turned to go up the floor, Hadler was right in her pocket.
Short timeout, 30-second break here as Hamlin wants to talk it over. Momentum may be switching on the side of Sioux Falls Christian here in the last few moments. Let's take a look at that last play. Van Beek knocks down the three, a 33% shooter on the year. Her first points of the night. That young lady, number 1, heading off to Dakota Wesleyan to play basketball.
And Van Beek had one a couple possessions ago from about the same spot that looked good. And there she was able to knock a big one down to cut this to 5. Everything for a while there seemed to be going in the favor of the Hamlin Chargers, but their Sioux Falls Chargers get a bucket and a stop right away, creating that turnover.
All right, 5-point edge for Hamlin, and Sioux Falls Christian wants to play it in. They'll get it to Scott.
Looking a little big-to-big screen, trying to go high-low.
Lambs throws it up, and it might have been slapped out of her hands. That was nowhere near the rim. It goes to Hamlin.
Yeah, it definitely looked like she lost that on the way going up.
Addison Neuendorf up top directing traffic.
You can see how Lems is really trying to help off Sarita Stevenson. Doesn't want to give Addie Neuendorf too much space.
Paxton Neuendorf drives, bounce pass underneath. Setzer takes it away.
It's a good defensive possession there from the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers.
Reitzma with it, wants to drive, can't. 2:20 and counting. Here's Scott all the way, and free throws forthcoming.
And Scott, who is also one of their seniors with Aubrey Van Beek, finally getting in the scoring column. And Scott so far held scoreless, 0 of 3. And we'll see if she can hit a couple big ones here, make this a one-possession game.
Stevenson with the foul, her second. 54% on the season for the senior. Hadler in, Reitzma out for Sioux Falls Christian.
And Coach DeYoung really likes the defensive ability of Hadler.
Got them both. The lead is now 3 with 2:20 and counting. Players hitting the deck. That was Paxton Neuendorf, and Addison gets it outside. Oh, that was Setzer tapping it away, but Jensen got it back. Whoa, she almost traveled, and now I think we're going to have a jump ball. We will. Possession arrow to Sioux Falls Christian.
Yeah, I didn't know of Coach Coisty seeing that possession. They still do have 4 timeouts. I didn't know if he would quick try to burn one before that change of possession.
Skop with the ball. Hadler lobs it in. Setzer up and in. And now Sioux Falls Christian has climbed back within a point. Minute 35 and counting.
7-0 run here for Sioux Falls Christian to make this a 1-point game.
Here comes Jensen, spins up and no good, and Setzer tracks it down. They will play on.
Tried to go a little ball screen, back screen, quick hands.
Taken away, and then a foul committed. Stephenson made a play. It's only going to be the first team foul on Sioux Falls Christian.
Yeah, both teams right now with only 1 team foul, so they're a ways away from being in that bonus.
Limbs with the foul, her third. The way it's going now, this will not be a free throw shooting contest because we've only had 2 combined fouls for both teams in this quarter.
And you'd like to see a way for their best player to get in some space.
Stephenson, short, long rebound. Oh, we have a collision. Ooh, Jensen might have just fouled out. She was battling for the rebound. Van Beek got there first. And Adeline Jensen may have just fouled out of this game. Yep, they're going to get Adeline Jensen, and the sophomore, tough night for her, ends with just 4 points, but she was in foul trouble a good chunk of the way. And that young lady wrapping up her sophomore year, we're going to be calling her name, I think, quite a bit over the next couple of years.
Yeah, and she was just hustling after that ball, kind of wrong place at the wrong time.
And we have a timeout on the court called by Sioux Falls Christian. It's a full timeout. We'll step away for a moment. More to come on SDPB.
Your Great Plains Case IH dealers know that hard work starts early, in the field and on the field or the court. Dedication, teamwork, pride. The values driving farmers also power South Dakota athletes. Growing crops or growing champions, it takes the same drive to succeed. Your local Great Plains Case IH dealers know the future is built by showing up day after day, ready to work, ready to win. Great Plains Case IH dealers, supporting schools, athletes, and the communities we grow.
It's come down to the final 36 seconds. Every game we've had today has been very close, 1-possession game. And Skop will trigger it into Van Beek. Lems puts it on the floor, elevates, missed it, Setzer, rebound, fouled.
And that was about a flashback to last year's championship game right there with Setzer on the glass.
Izzy Stephenson, only her first foul, but Setzer at the line for 2 big free throws on the year, 68%. Bounces away.
And Hamlin here, if they secure this, they can hold for 1.
Missed them both, but there's Van Beek sneaking in to get the rebound. She'll retreat to the perimeter. Shot clock is off. Timeout, Sioux Falls Christian. They have 1 timeout remaining, 15.9 on the clock.
Yeah, Coach DeYoung was evaluating the floor, see what they had before he took that shot. But Aubrey Van Beek, what a hustle play right there. Hamlin could have secured that ball. Sioux Falls Christian would have been likely forced to foul unless they could have created a turnover. Now you get in a situation that you want to be able to get a shot up early enough that you give yourself a chance for an offensive rebound or to extend this game even by trapping or by fouling at that point. You do not want to run this all the way down and just give yourself one opportunity.
It will be interesting to see who they send out on the floor. Dvorak hasn't played in a while. She has 4 personal fouls, yet to score tonight. She's been one of their top players, but it looks like they'll probably send out the crew they just had on the floor. Yep, Hadler coming out with Van Beek, Lems, Setzer, Skop.
And they've went to that high-low action. It's kind of their bread and butter. It looks like Hamlin might be coming out and straight man-to-man defense.
Yep. Jensen is fouled out. Thuy replaces her. Otherwise, the starter is on the floor for Hamlin. 12 seconds left. Hadler, Haddon Avenue. There they go to Lems in traffic, and she's fouled. A lot of bodies in there.
Yeah, and Hamlin actually had 1 foul to give yet there before they were in the bonus, but that one they certainly had her going up.
Jade Thuy, her first foul, and now with 5.3 seconds left. Lems 48% on the year, makes it, we're tied. This for the lead. Got it. Timeout Hamlin with 5.3 left. Clutch free throws from the junior Emery Lems.
And it's just been a back and forth ball game. Sioux Falls Christian up early. Hamlin punches, gets up about 8 or 9, and now down 1, 5 seconds remaining, which is still a ton of time. You're going to want to try to get Addison Neuendorf up the court, but understand this, Sioux Falls Christian only 1 team foul right now. They can take one as long as you got to make sure that you're doing it before the act of any type of shot at all, and that's the thing to be aware of. But you oftentimes talk about 1 second per bounce. So when you look at 5, you still got at least 3 to 4 dribbles up the court. But you know Christian's going to be talking about trying to take one, I'm sure, as she's advancing that thing up the basketball floor.
Yeah, because theoretically, they could run out the clock just committing fouls.
No question, no question. And, you know, also there's times where you try to get the ball advanced. Hamlin still has timeouts to use as well. If you can get it to a position, call one, get yourself a side out of bounds.
They get it to Addison Neuendorf, and they foul her in the backcourt with 3 seconds left. Hadler, that's only her first.
Yeah, and this is where you almost have to have something that you're throwing it in the
into the front court.
Into the front court and taking one initially, and then you try to draw up a side out that you can create some space and just get a catch and shoot. But now, I mean, that wasted a precious 2.3 seconds off the clock, and that was great execution right there by Coach DeYoung and Sioux Falls Christian. It's exactly what you wanted. They didn't even foul initially. They cut her off. She had to change direction, and then they took it.
Yeah, because they still have 2 fouls to give, the Sioux Falls Christian. Now, if you're Hamlin, do you try to throw into the front court, get it across the timeline, then call a quick timeout and set in the front court? Hamlin has 2 timeouts left.
Yeah, that's what I would try to do. Draw something up, and you're not too far in the backcourt right there. So sometimes when you got to throw the full length, depending on the ladies' quarterbacking skills, can be a little different than the boys' games. But credit Sioux Falls Christian, 9-0 run over the last 332. 3 turnovers down the stretch from Hamlin.
Hamlin's got a scoring drought of over 4.5 minutes. All right, here we go. Stevenson will trigger right in front of the Sioux Falls Christian bench. Let's see what they do. They'll go short. Addie Neuendorf from half court. She lunges. No, the game is over. Sioux Falls Christian wins a thriller, 51-50. What a game, our third of the day that came down to the final second here at the Class A. I think they were looking, Hamlin was trying to go into the front court, but really nothing was open.
And they played off the inbounder right there. They weren't pressuring the inbounder. They played off of her. There wasn't a whole lot of space to be able to make any passes over there. And you got about as good of a look right there as you're probably going to get with 3 seconds, and understanding that they're going to foul you on any type of bounce.
But what a game effort by Hamlin, who played a good chunk of that game without the services of Adeline Jensen. She was on the bench for a lot of that game due to foul trouble. As we get a look at that last play again here, as they tried to, I think they were looking, see, they're looking into the front court, nothing's open, and then Addison Neuendorf didn't have a whole lot of time, had to set fire, came up short. And it's going to be Sioux Falls Christian taking the third place trophy this year. Hamlin last year, they got third. This year, they're going to go home with the fourth place trophy.
And Addison Neuendorf, I mean, what more can you say? She really battled. 24 points for Hamlin, 22 last night. Just couldn't really get, Jensen being in foul trouble obviously was a tough hurdle to overcome. But as I mentioned, give Sioux Falls Christian credit. They did not go away.
All right, let's have some hardware handed out. Let's turn it over to Ryan Neal.
Good evening. At this time, we would like to present the team awards to the teams placing third and fourth in Class A. To present the awards are Dr. Jeff Danielson and Chad Allison from the South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors. Assisting with the team awards presentations are representatives from the Activities Association's corporate partners. Lori Fieber from Sanford Health. Staff Sergeant Joel McNeely from South Dakota Army National Guard. Brianna Beebe from Foundation Donor First Premier Bank Card. The fourth place team in Class A is the Hamlin Chargers. Number 1, Ava Taschner. Samantha Schlecker. Number 3, Addison Neuendorf. Number 4, Reese Jacobson. Number 5, Sarita Stevenson. Number 10, Paxton Neuendorf. Number 12, Izzy Stephenson. Number 14, Kinsley Nixon. Number 22, Jade Thuy. Number 23, Elodie Martz. Number 24, Lexa Thuy. Number 30, Paige Stormo. Number 32, Addie Jensen. Managers, Riley Jacobson, Lou King, Hallie Stevenson. Assistant coaches, Jamie Neuendorf, Ellie Stevenson, and Riley Seeds. Head coach of the Hamlin Chargers, Tim Koisty. The third place team in Class A is the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. Number 0, Autumn Akis. Number 1, Aubrey Van Beek. Number 2, Oakley Hadler. Number 3, Macy Connell. Number 4, Reagan Mulder. Number 5, Avery Nelson. Number 10, Emery Lems. Number 11, McKinley Reitzma. Number 12, Sydney Scott. Number 15, Neely Stanford. Number 20, Kinsey Papama. Number 21, Carrie Bootsma. Number 22, Ruth Dvorak. Number 24, Leslie Setzer. Managers, Josie Bonema, Aubrey Mulder, Mercy Becker. Assistant coaches, Wanda Negebauer, Zach Perry, and Ryan Fetters. And head coach of the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers, Mr. Dan DeYoung.
Congratulations to Sioux Falls Christian. Last year they won the title. This year, 3rd place. We'll be back with more in a moment right here on SDPB.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for all of it. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great. And we're here for all of it. See you at the game.
Powering the possibilities of tomorrow starts today. For our homes, our farms, our businesses. That's why our Touchstone Energy Cooperative continually plans for the future by utilizing and sourcing safe, reliable power for the next generation. So we can power possibilities long into the future. Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, powering possibilities.
Creating a legacy means different things to everyone. For us, it's about family, watching my daughter follow in my footsteps, passing the farm onto her, and working side by side every day. It's about building something that lasts. Agtegra Cooperative has been by our side through it all, supporting us from one generation to the next. Agtegra Cooperative, legacy rich, future focused for generations to come.
At Southeast Technical College, you won't just study for a career, you'll live it. Training in classrooms that look, feel, and operate just like the real world. Because the best way to do what you learn is to learn by doing. Get your degree, get to work at Southeast Technical College.
Whether you're feeling low,
A back and forth game won by Sioux Falls Christian, our 3rd game of the day that came down to the final possession. And Nate Kading standing by with head coach Dan DeYoung.
Coach, you guys dug yourself a little bit of a hole there in that second half. Ended the game on a 9-0 run. Talk about how those huddles were and what was the messaging to your team.
It was just that we had to bring energy. It was the last game of the season. Give everything you had. And I thought every single girl that was on the court were flying around and going after the ball. Sometimes when the ball doesn't go in the hoop, you better go and get that offensive rebound. And we did that a couple times.
You guys finished, obviously won it last year. We're able to complete 3rd place here. What does that mean to your guys' program? You guys are no stranger to success, but few seniors on the team that have played important roles. Just talk about that overall.
Yeah, I'm so proud of our seniors. We have 4 seniors. This is my 5th year here, so they've been with me this entire time. They've helped build the Sioux Falls Christian culture. They've been in the state tournament for 4 straight years now with this class, and they just mean so much to our program and what they've built, and I can't thank them enough.
Awesome. Well, enjoy this one, Coach. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Nate. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, Sioux Falls Christian has been on quite a roll here in the last few years, appearing in 2021. They got 5th place, then 2022, 2023, 4th place a couple of years ago, champions last year, and 3rd place this year. Let's check out some of the highlights from this second half. Back and forth it went. Adeline Jensen came into the game to start the half and provided a big spark as Hamlin was able to build a lead. They lob it down low. Sioux Falls Christian got Leslie Setzer into it, but it was Addison Neuendorf scoring 12 points by herself in that 3rd period of play. There you see Lems with another bucket. She was big today with 14 points. The outside shooting and the transition built up a big lead for Hamlin, but back comes Sioux Falls Christian. Leslie Setzer finishes with 18 points. And these teams battled all the way down the stretch.
And the offensive glass down the stretch was a differentiator as well. Sioux Falls Christian 11-0 boards, Hamlin only 4, and as you mentioned, Steve, Setzer 18, Lems 14, just controlled the areas and played to their strengths, and that's what got him the victory when the clock said 0.
And those big free throws by Emery Lems, the difference in that one. The stats pretty darn even. Sioux Falls Christian +9 in the rebounding department. They also had 5 turnovers, or 5 more turnovers. Points in the paint +10, as you would expect to Sioux Falls Christian.
No question. Use their size advantage. Obviously, it helped them that Adeline Jensen pretty much was in foul trouble the entire game, but you got to go out there and make plays. And even more impressive to me was they didn't go away. Things were not looking very good for them into that 4th quarter, and they were able to turn the tide, get enough stops down the stretch, and score enough baskets to squeak this out.
And how about Jay Thuy in the big minutes she played off the bench tonight for Hamlin? She is a freshman and hadn't scored at all, came up big with 6 points and played some pretty good defense.
Yeah, she stepped up big in Adeline Jensen's absence right there and was aggressive offensively. Certainly didn't shy away from the moment, only being a freshman on this big stage. The first 2 games she played sparingly, but stepped in and did her role admirably right there. And they just really couldn't get Izzy Stephenson going, who's just such a huge part of their offense, to go with Addison Neuendorf. Just a lot on Addison's shoulders.
Yep, she tried her best. 24 points, the only Hamlin player in double figure. Got to give a shout out to Oakley Hadler, who had 7 big points and some great defense off the bench. 14 Charger points off the bench tonight for Sioux Falls Christian, 6 all from Thuy off the bench. Well, we've got a 3rd place champion at Sioux Falls Christian now to determine our tournament champion. We'll take a break and come back, get you set up for the championship game right here on SDPB from Class A.
You live life on the move. While you determine what direction that may be, we're here to help along the way. So go. Go with values. Go with friends. Go with support. Go with convenience.
Bioethanol supplies more than just energy. It creates jobs in rural communities. It drives demand for local corn. It provides opportunities for family farms to thrive. To ensure agriculture plays a leading role in the efforts to decarbonize and transition energy, bioethanol remains at the forefront of a pursuit for a cleaner, brighter future for all Americans. Learn how at sdethanol.com.
At Muth Electric, we don't just power projects, we empower people. We invest in training, mentorship, and career development opportunities at every level. Because strong careers build strong communities. Your future is bright with Muth Electric. Muth Electric now hiring.
And welcome back to Watertown. We've had 3 thrilling games already today on this final day of the Class A girls basketball tournament. Now, this one's for the championship. Machpelah-Lutah taking on Lennox. Machpelah-Lutah coming in unbeaten, and they have been led by Ashlyn Carlo Blunt, the senior heading for the University of South Dakota. We caught up with her the day before the tournament started when the teams were practicing. Got a chance to talk to her about her legacy on and off the court, what she leaves behind as she is finishing up her basketball career.
I want people to remember like my smile on the court. I feel like I try to always have a smile on my face, you know, because I love this sport and I'm really thankful to be able to healthy and be able to play and to represent my people. And I feel like I just want the people to remember me as like a good player, not only on the court but off the court. I hope that when I play, my personality shines through, and you know, I teach people to play with good sportsmanship and to play with thankfulness and to play with love. Play with love for the game and for your teammates and for yourself and for the people watching you. I hope that's what showed from my career, and I can't believe there's only 3 more games left of me in a Machpelah-Lutah jersey. I get a little sad when I think about it, but I've made a lot of great memories and a lot of good friendships with these years, and so I couldn't be more thankful and blessed.
And what a special young lady that has been, a McDonald's All-American nominee, been in the LNI, the Lakota Nations Tournament. She was the MVP this year, all conference as well for Black Hills Conference, over 1,500 career points, and the all-time scoring leader at Machpelah-Lutah High School for boys or girls. And she holds the record for most rebounds, steals, and assists. So what a player she has been. Let's check out Machpelah-Lutah. As Matt Rama, the head coach, they're unbeaten and they average nearly 70 points a game, Nate.
And they play such a unique and entertaining style to watch. They get into their bench, it's high pace, it's high intensity. You feel like they never fatigue out there. And certainly this tournament, maybe haven't played at quite the same clip offensively, but have really guarded folks and made it difficult. Held Sioux Falls Christian to 45 last night and 42 in the quarterfinals against West Central. They combine a high-powered offense with being really stingy and gritty defensively.
There you see their march to the state tournament, beating St. Francis Indian and McCook Central Montrose by pretty healthy margins. Then they knocked off West Central, and then last night they beat Sioux Falls Christian. First Dakota has the starting lineup. It's Maya Mills, a 5'11 senior. Ashlyn Carlo Blunt, a 6-foot senior. Dorothy Mesteth, a 5'7 senior. Shania Ferguson, a 5'7 senior. And Peyton Knife, a 5'10 sophomore. For starters, this is the most experienced team at this tournament.
No question about it. You see the amount of experience that they have. Everyone knows Carlo Blunt. They know what she's going to do. Been in double figures both games. What makes them even more difficult to defend is they can get production in a lot of other places. last night, Peyton Knife, huge with 10 points. Maya Mills with 8. They had Standing Soldier with 8. Dorothy Mesteff with 9. There's multiple people, and that's not even to talk about Shania Ferguson, who averages about 13 points a game coming in. So they can find shots and opportunities in a lot of different places.
Yep, they have a deep bench, and they have a lot of weapons that they can bring to the table. Well, that's Moc Pialuta. We'll take a timeout, come back, and meet the Lenox Orioles. Back in a moment, right here on SDPB.
Our Peterson Farm seed reps, real-life seed heroes, well, they've been known to go the extra mile, literally thousands of extra miles every year. And when they're not driving gravel roads, they're out walking fields and sampling soil. When time is the enemy, they're there to save what's left of the day. Are all Peterson Farm seed reps seed heroes? I guess that's a yes. Peterson Farm Seed, we're that kind of seed company.
What does primary care mean to us? At Sanford Health, it means being there when and where you need it most. It means building a relationship, because when a provider really knows you, they can deliver the best care for every aspect of your health and your life. So what does primary care mean for you? It means understanding your health for today and for where you're headed next. It means a lifetime of care for a lifetime of you.
South Dakota, a state shaped by its people. It's more than a place, it's opportunity waiting to be realized. At South Dakota State University, opportunity is turned into progress. Through research, education, and a community that inspires, SDSU drives the future of this state. We're not just here, we're taking action with purpose, trust, and impact. This is SD State.
SDPB brings you the South Dakota Boys State Basketball Tournament. You can catch all the action Thursday, March 19th through Saturday, March 21st. For more information, including the multiple ways to watch the games live, go to sdpb.org/basketball. Complete coverage of the South Dakota Boys State Basketball Tournament is brought to you by Dakota Bank and SD Corn. And welcome back to Watertown for the championship game of Class A girls basketball. The Lenox Orioles come in for their first tournament since 2019. They qualified in 2020. Of course, the pandemic wiped out that Class A tournament this year. Adam Quayle has got a great young crew.
And they have just been the best team defensively at this tournament right now. Held their opponents, Hamlin, last night to 41 points. The game before held Sioux Valley to 28 points, and they use a variety of different defenses trying to keep you off balance. They'll pressure a little bit in the full court. They got their 1-3-1.5, their 1-2-2, or just playing straight man-to-man. But their defense is really what has gotten them to this point. They found and they are also have an extremely balanced offense with their leading scorer only averaging there again about 13 a game. Tegan Sturm was big last night with 14. The talented freshman Bergen Musser, one of the best athletes in the state, has been in double figures both games as well.
They see their march there through the state, or to the state tournament. They beat Canton in the regions and then Miller in the SODAC 16 round. They were very impressive against Sioux Valley defensively. And then they shut down Hamlin last night, beating them by 16 points. As we meet their starting lineup, and for a lot of these players, some of their parents played in Lenox, including some on their teams in the 90s and the 80s. Tegan Sturm starts at a guard, a 5'10 sophomore. Bergen Musser, 5'11 and a freshman. Andy Peters, 5'3 and a senior. She's a 5-year starter and over 1,000 points in her career. Carly Bosma, a 5'6 junior, gets the start along with the freshman Tori Gertis, 5'11 and a freshman. Andy Peters, her older sister Riley, was on the teams in 2019 and 2017 when they finished in second place. 1998, a championship for Lenox. as they've been to the tournament several times, 2017, 2019, and they've only got the one championship going back to 1988.
And no surprise that these two teams are probably the two deepest teams in our tournament. Last night for Lennox, all 8 ladies that played found their way in the scoring column. They are more than comfortable going to their bench. They got quality bench, but Machpialuta can match that same energy from their bench.
Yeah, and the benches could be key for both teams tonight in this contest. These teams met on January 17th at the Corn Palace. 66-56 the final score. Machpialuta won that game. It was the closest game they had all year. Well, we're ready for the introduction of the starting lineups, and we're going to turn things over to our public address announcer doing the duties, Mr. Ryan Neal.
Good evening. The South Dakota High School Activities Association, along with its corporate partners, Sanford Health, Dakota Bank, Farmers Union Insurance, Billion Automotive, and the South Dakota Army National Guard, welcome you to the championship session of the State A Girls Basketball Tournament. This tournament is being conducted under the guidance and regulation of the South Dakota High School Activities Association for the enjoyment and benefit of high school students. Good sportsmanship is essential for the success of these programs. We hope you will enjoy the game and support your athletes in a positive and sportsmanlike manner. And now, let's meet tonight's starting lineups in alternating fashion. At one guard for Machpialuta, number 5'11", and a senior, number 0, Maya Mills. And a guard for the Orioles, 5'10", and a sophomore, number 3, Tegan Sturrow. And a guard for Machpialuta, 6-foot senior, number 1, Ashley Carlo Bloom. And I got forward for the Orioles, 5'11", and a freshman, number 12, Bergen Messer! And a guard for Machpialuta, 5'7", and a senior, number 5, Dorothy Messer! And a guard for the Orioles, 5'3", senior, number 24, Andy Peters! A guard for Machpialuta, 5'7", and a senior, number 15, Shania Ferguson! At 4 for the Orioles, 5'11", and a junior, number 30, Carly Basma. At 4 for Machpialuta, 5'10", and a sophomore, number 24, Tyson Knight. At a 4 for the Orioles, 5'11", freshman, number 33, Corey Gerda. Assistant coaches for Machpialuta, Amanda Carlo, Tara Garnier, Daddy LeBeau. Assistant coaches for Lennox, Paul McVeigh, Trey Pearson. Head coach for Machpialuta, Mr. Matt Rama, and head coach of the Orioles, Mr. Adam Quayle.
All right, the officials, Donnie Kaiser, Brian Gaikowski, Justin Deutsch. It'll be Lennox wearing the white uniforms, the orange numbers and letters, the road blue uniforms with the black numbers trimmed in white for Machpialuta. Carlo Blunt, Curtis into the center circle. We've got 8 minutes on the clock, a pretty full crowd. Fasten your seatbelt. Here we go. The tip controlled by the Orioles.
And you can see this defense right away.
Coming out and pressing, and they're going to get a steal with Carlo Blunt. Ahead to Ferguson, lays it up and in. Just like that, points off turnovers. I don't know if anybody in the state does it better than Machpialuta. Down low, they had an open player throwing it up, and no good was number 24, Peters. The Orioles keep it. 3 on the way, short. Rebound, tip. Sturm has it, up, short. Rebound, pulled down by Knife.
Going to be a big piece of the game as Machpialuta keeping the Orioles off the glass. You saw that first possession.
Maya Mills just missed the 3 there. And we're going to have a foul out on the perimeter on Mesteth, her first. She averages 6.5 points per game.
And they're a team that naturally fouls more than your usual team with the aggressiveness that they play with.
Played into Sturm. Go across court to Peters. Spacing, moving without the ball. That will be key tonight for Lennox. They just can't stand around and watch. Not against a team like Machpialuta.
And they cover ground very quickly. That's a nice interior pass there. Bosma to Musser. The and one opportunity.
Check it out again. Watch the entry pass. Nicely done.
And Mills was just a step late on that help.
Maya Mills, the foul, her first. Team second. Musser has just been outstanding in this tournament. And she makes the old-fashioned three-point play.
In Lennox, their version, just picking up man-to-man full court.
And we're going to have a foul on Lennox.
Yeah, and so far the I feel like with this group and the intensity that both teams guard with, that they want to keep it pretty tight. And
oh, there's a steal by Musser. She'll race away and score. And Musser, a standout track athlete, when she gets a step on anybody, she's pretty much gone. Ferguson with the ball, down low, Knife has it, off the window, nicely done, Peyton Knife.
And Knife was sitting wide open there for multiple seconds, and they finally found her.
Pass tipped away and out of bounds.
Yeah, and you gotta give yourself options against this Machpialuta defense, and they cover ground and rotate quicker than many teams.
Bosma puts up the J, got it.
The teardrop right there from Bosma.
7-4, Orioles on top.
You can see Lennox just back in their 1-3-1.
Quick passing, 3 on the way, yes.
It's great ball movement, that's the one thing. Carlo Blunt can see over that defense, skipped it to Mills. One more, textbook basketball.
Peyton Knife got that 3. Musser in trouble, travel, turnover, Lennox. Lennox will back down into their half-court defense.
Yeah, and this 1-3-1 kind of changed the game for them last night in the semi.
Yeah, that did against Hamlin. They acknowledged that after the game. Ferguson, pass.
And Musser just provides such a presence out top. Hard to make passes around her.
3 on the way, no. Rebound, Knife fought for it, but Gertis has it. Here comes the pressure, and it's going to be tipped away, and it's going to go out of bounds, and it's going to go to Lennox. Timeout on the court, 4:42 left, first quarter. We're tied at 7 in the championship game for Class A girls. This is SDPB.
You kept us fed through tough times. And despite rising business costs, you keep doing what you love because you know you're making a difference. No matter the challenges, we're here to help you navigate the highs and lows to grow your business, to improve your land, or to buy new equipment. We all rely on you, and we're just happy to return the favor. Go with Allies. Go with trust. Go with Dakota Bank.
Get a look at some of the fans here in a pretty full Watertown Civic Arena as Lennox plays it in after the timeout. We're tied at 7 along with Nate Kading. I'm Steve Toom. And that pass will sail out of bounds, and it's going to go to Machpelah-Luta.
And Lennox's third turnover here, not even halfway through this first quarter.
And that's what Machpelah-Luta does. As a team, they average over 22 steals a game. And we're going to have a foul on Lennox on the perimeter, and that's going to be on Bosma, her first, team's second.
And Machpelah-Luta are smartly getting that two-guard front. They got Carlo Blunt up there to facilitate things.
Down low. And they'll go off the window, in and out. That was Standing Soldier who's into the game. Dangerous outlet pass. Traveling. Machpelah-Luta just forces you out of your regular game plan.
Absolutely. Yeah, anytime you play against them, you're not playing your normal game. You really got to try to slow your mind down, and it's much easier said than done.
Layla Janice into the game, number 12 for Machpelah-Luta, along with Josephine Haas, number 3, who just handled the ball. Carlo Blunt kicks it outside. 3, no good. Rebound, Musser up over everybody to take it away.
And they just get right into it, even off missed baskets.
Stern was bumped from behind by Haas, the freshman. That's her first.
Yeah, both teams, after creating some early offense, it's been challenging. Machpelah-Luta missed a bunny at the rim, a couple open threes, and Lennox has turned that basketball over.
Addie McVeigh, Libby Kranz into the game for Lennox. Numbers 4 and 5 respectively. Kranz with the ball, trapped in the corner. Janice the steal. Carlo Blunt on the move. Let's see what she does. Throws it outside. They'll swing it around. Standing Soldier as a shorter player. Tries to go up. That will not count. Traveling. Had the right thought, took the extra step.
And Lennox did a nice job right there, because Carlo Blunt, she just feasts in situations like that in transition, getting to the rim.
And they'll push it ahead. Kranz had it, lost it, and jump ball. Possession arrow, Machpelah-Luta.
Yeah, it's tough. You really got to try to stay out of corners. If you're going to use any type of bounce to the corners against them, you got to be able to get baseline and give yourself passing options.
Into the corner, along the baseline. Standing Soldier drops back a step, puts it up, no good. Kranz with the rebound.
And Standing Soldiers had a couple nice looks that she hasn't been able to drop.
They just get across the timeline, and a foul on Carlo Blunt, her first, team's 4th. Comes Sturm back into the game. Peters will get a break.
And you knew with both teams' effectiveness on the defensive end that this probably wasn't going to be a super high-scoring affair.
Depends if either team can capitalize and turn defense into offense, but that's easier said than done. McVeigh in the corner, bottled up, pass stolen away. That was Zephyr who got that one. Zephyr with the ball, number 2. Carlo Blunt in trouble, traveled.
Yeah, that was a nice early fill over right there, and Carlo Blunt tried to go left, right, step around, and took one too many steps.
And we have a quick 30-second timeout called by Lennox.
I think Coach Quayle wants to settle his group down after doing an okay job handling the pressure early. 6 turnovers here in the last 3.5 minutes, 7 total for them on the game. He's got specific spots that he wants his players in, specific areas that he wants that basketball to go.
Well, we got a moment. I'd like to remind you to follow SDPB Sports on your mobile device all season long. Check us out on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And be sure to browse all the action and award photos by searching SDPB on Flickr. Tell us where you're watching the tournament from. Read some of our great stories and enjoy videos features the teams, the players, the coaches here in South Dakota. All right, back to action we go. Bosma will trigger it in. 2:18 left. And we're still stuck on 7 for both squads. McVeigh handling the ball now. And into the paint, Bosma out of her hands, somehow kept it along the baseline. And I think she was fouled.
That's going to be Josephine Haas's second foul. That was a nice initial weak side flash right there from Tori Gertis, and that's what she's actually going to go to the line because that's their 5th. Yeah,
15 foul. So Gertis, or check that, that's Bosma at the line on the year, 63%. She had 9 points last night, 4 in the opening game.
And Bosma was 2 of 3 from the foul line last night, 1 of 2 in their quarterfinal action.
Got the second, 3 points on the night, and we break a long scoring drought of about 3.5 minutes for both squads.
Yeah, and Carlo Blunt has yet to even attempt a field goal as Mills.
That 3 rattled out of bounds to the team in blue. We saw Mills come alive in the second half of both previous games.
Yeah, shoots it at 36%, basically making 2 threes a game. She can really get it cooking from 3.
Yep, she had 18 in the opening contest, 8 last night, but 8 points at critical moments. And that pass stolen away by Lennox. Kranz got her hand on the basketball. Oh, dangerous pass, Carlo Blunt, or check that, Mills read that one. Now Carlo Blunt back to Mills, wide open, 3 ball, no. Rebound, that was a good box out by McVeigh. Trying to get the ball up court.
Tough to beat it with the bounce. Got to beat it with the pass. Yeah, and
traveling.
One little extra step.
Peters in, Bosma out for Lennox.
Yeah, and I said it earlier, Ashlyn Carlo Blunt so far almost through this first quarter and has not attempted a shot. Anytime she puts it on the deck, there's multiple bodies around her.
3 from the corner, no. Rebound, Lennox had it, lost it, tipped out of bounds. Makpia Luta basketball with the fresh shot clock.
And Mills starting off 0 of 4 from 3, kind of similar to last night. And then she really got it going.
Curtis now playing that high position in that zone. Mills can't fire the shot. Carlo Blunt wants to drive the baseline. It's number 5 with the ball there. That was Mestef, but it's taken away by Lennox. McVeigh down the court, double teamed. Here comes Sturm down the lane. 3 on the way, short. Rebound Sturm. Shot clock is off. Gertis, there's a wide open jumper, and it's good by Libby Kranz.
Nice interior passing there. Gertis to Kranz. Gets it to roll in.
3 ball, in and out. 7 seconds left. Sturm collects it, but loses it off her foot. No, it's off the foot of Mills, out of bounds. Helter-skelter basketball here.
And you love Mills's continued confidence. She's had some great looks. That last one did everything but go all the way down.
They'll throw it wide open. That's McVeigh, but that's off the mark, and that's how we'll end the first period of play. Lennox up 10-7 over Montpelier. Back with the second quarter in 1 minute right here on SDTV.
You're committed to building relationships, to exceeding expectations, to serving your community. Your financial partner should share your vision and your values. For 130 years, we've stood by South Dakotans. We've been there, we'll be there. Convenient, connected, committed. Bank West, member FDIC.
Creating a legacy means different things to everyone. For us, it's about family, watching my daughter follow in my footsteps, passing the farm onto her, and working side by side every day. It's about building something that lasts. Agtegra Cooperative has been by our side through it all, supporting us from one generation to the next. Agtegra Cooperative, legacy rich, future focused for generations to come.
An exciting, not a high scoring, but an action-packed first quarter nonetheless. Lennox on top 10-7. They start the period with the basketball. Bosma back into Sturm.
And Montpelier was 0 of their last 8 in that first quarter.
Some of them were halfway down and rattled out. And that's partially blocked, tipped away out of bounds. It goes to Lennox.
Going to be 15 on the shot clock for the Orioles to operate.
And the other team shooting really well. Lennox 0 for 3 from beyond the arc. They go inside. Gertis puts it up. Contact, no foul. And there's a steal by Sturm. Layup, got it. Her first points.
And Sturm hung around off that Mills defensive rebound. Got an easy one.
5-point lead. They find Mills, the open shooter. That time she got it.
And Mills finally gets one to drop there. 1 of 7. And those corner threes, if you can get the basketball move, those corner threes will be there against the 1-3-1. You got that low defender that's trying to cover a lot of gravity.
Musser passes. Gertis underneath. Too strong. Musser over everybody. And then the rebound by Mills on the weak side. Carlo Blunt. There's Ferguson with the ball. Ooh, dangerous pass, but Mills collects it. There's Knife inside, missed it, got her own rebound. It's loose on the floor, and it's going to be covered up. And I think we're going to have a jump ball. We will. Possession arrow favors Montpelier.
I think Peyton Knife was a little surprised on how open she was right there. No defender in front of her.
Mills checks out of the game.
You can see they're just being really physical with Carlo Blunt.
They'll throw it to the corner. Good fake. Mesteth had a block, but a foul.
And Mesteth challenged the shot blocker right there, Tori Gertis.
First foul on Gertis.
Did appear that she might have had ball early, but then into the arm after.
Free throw is up and in. Mesteth 6.5 points per game. Had 7 in the opening round, 9 last night.
Yeah, Mesteth, a quality free throw shooter, 63%, not great. That one sure looked nice there.
Yes, it did. Here comes Peters. Ozma, ooh, nearly over and back. Bosma throws it to Peters. Couldn't get around Carlo Blunt. Mid-range J drew nothing. And we got a jump ball. And this time the possession arrow favors Lennox with 13 on the shot clock.
Can see that offensive glass. It's going to be Lennox's 6th offensive rebound. And they've just been dominating that aspect here in their 2 previous state tournament games.
Wide open shooter. Peters, yes!
And that is what Andy Peters does right there. You do not want to allow her any clean looks from 3. Shoots it at 41% from out there.
Yep, she's the all-time leading 3-point shooter for Lennox, over 1,000 career points, and heading off to Dakota Wesleyan to play basketball. Pass up top. Into the game, it's Ferguson. And here's Knife, short on the 3. McVeigh tracks it down. Amelia runs into a double team, and oh, I think she traveled. Yep, took the extra step.
Yeah, you always, when they're having success beating this pressure, they got 3 offensive players back, 1 in the middle, 1 left sideline, 1 right sideline, and they're having short passes. When they're running away from the basketball or trying to beat it with the bounce, that's when they get themselves in tough spots.
3 on the way, good! Carlo Blunt, her first points.
First shot attempt, first points, nice pass fake and ball fake. And that's what you always want to see against the zone.
We're tied at 15. McVeigh having a little tough time handling there, picks up her dribble. Bounce pass to Gertis along the baseline. Peters drives, Sturm. And here's McVeigh trying to go inside. Musser up, no good. Rebound, and we're gonna have a foul on Lennox. 4:47 left to go until halftime. Timeout on the court. We're tied at 15. Back in a moment. This is SDPB.
For your little ones and your biggest joys. Or your forever friends. And your fur kids too. For your better half. Or your all-time bestie. For the reasons you smile, there's coverage. With dental and vision insurance from Delta Dental of South Dakota and Delta Vision. Great atmosphere here in Watertown.
Machpialuta and Lennox tied up at 15 here in quarter number 2 of our championship game.
And normally I would say that both teams are trying to settle in a little bit offensively, Steve, but I'm not sure if there's going to be much settling in offensively. We'll have to see. But both of these defenses just can cause some issues. Lennox going back just man-to-man.
Oh, and that pass saved nicely. They're going to say a travel.
Yeah.
Over the head of Mills.
And they ran and jumped immediately on Carlo right there. And the pass was high for Mills.
McVeigh looking. Oh, and there's an interception by Mills. Bounce pass. Zephyr, yes.
It's a nice drop off. And that's textbook Machpialuta.
Kranz on the move up court, and she's going to be bumped by Mills. Second on Mills.
Yeah, so they got Mills and Josephine Haas right now, picking up an early 2 fouls. And that's what, when you play a style like they play, it's just so imperative that you have the depth that they do.
Janice with the foul, her first, team second. Sturm with the ball. Into the paint, McVeigh throws it outside, no shot for Sturm. Peters, bounce pass behind Curtis and out of bounds. Turnover, Lennox.
You can see they're really trying to flash that weak side wing right to the middle of the zone and be able to go on the inside. Not really a scoring threat right there, but then immediately into their bigs.
Carlo Blunt on the move. No, but she was fouled.
And that's the thing with Carlo Blunt. She was trapped on this near sideline right in front of us, and she does a great job of just not getting rattled. She knows that she has 5 seconds. Use her pivot, try to find a teammate.
Free throw on the way. Good. On the year, a 76% free throw shooter. Got them both. Musser in, Peters out for Lennox.
6-0 run here for Machpialuta.
Sturm in the middle. Now here's Musser on the move. Layup short. Rebound, Carlo Blunt.
And that's exactly what you want. Get Bergen Musser downhill.
And she goes coast to coast. And they'll throw it right into the scorer's table. Turnover, Lennox. And Adam Quayle wants to talk it over. Timeout, Lennox, a 30-second timeout.
And that was Lennox's 13th turnover of the game. And it's really across the board. They've had a few passing errors, a few footwork errors, and that's like simulating this. And you wondered, having already played them once, if it wouldn't be such a shock to the system. But it's just so difficult to simulate this, and especially in a half-a-day turnaround as you're trying to prepare to play against this squad.
Yeah, you just can't simulate this in practice because Machpialuta has so much speed on their team, and they can run like 3, 4, sometimes 5 players off the bench, and they just go full throttle the whole time.
Yeah, and they anticipate so well as well in passing lanes, and honestly, it just never seen. Coach Rama does a great job of keeping the athletes fresh.
It'll be Janice to trigger right near our broadcast location. Mills. Oh, it's tapped away and out of bounds. Carlo Blunt giving Mills some instructions, and ball goes down into the other end of the court.
And Mills was a little laissez-faire with that last pass.
Carlo Blunt on the move, double teamed. 3 on the way, good! Zephyr! And here's a pass nearly stolen. Kranz was able to pick it up. 9-point edge, Makpialuta.
Lennox really needs to try to settle down here, get a good look.
They haven't scored in over 3 minutes. There's Gertis, no. And the rebound, Standing Soldier. Pass to Mills. Back to Carlo Blunt. Mills open, 3-ball, no. But a rebound put up by Makpialuta, no, it's tapped out of bounds. Who's got it? Makpialuta.
Standing Soldier, nice job getting on the offensive glass right there. She wasn't able to convert it, but able to keep that possession, baseline under.
Danger time here for Lennox. We're 2 minutes away from halftime and change, and they do not want to be down double digits. Ball tipped away. Bosma picks it up. Sturm a long 3, in and out. Carlo Blunt picks it up.
And it's just such a luxury that you got a 6-footer that can rebound down like that and then start your break.
Zephyr short.
And
rebound Lennox.
Makpialuta group is being extremely aggressive from 3, 4 of 14.
Musser down the paint. Bosma, 3-ball, no. Rebound. Carlo Blunt pulls it away from Gertis. She's on the move. Pass. And we're going to have offensive foul. Carlo Blunt. That's her second.
And that's a big call and big situation right there. And that defender looked like she was in pretty good guarding position here.
Carlo Blunt's going to check out. So we've got Mesteth, we've got Zephyr, Ferguson, Knife on the court along with Mills for the team in blue. Gertis down the lane, gets a big bucket. Her first points of the night.
Yeah, it's just amazing. You don't have your anchor in right there. That just seems to be everywhere on the court. It's a big minute and a half for both teams here. How they finish this.
Mills 3, no. Yes, it goes in. I thought it was going to bounce away, but it went straight up in the air and back in.
A shooter's roll there for Maya Mills.
She's got 6 points, and we're under a minute to go. The lead is 10. Bosma steps through to Sturm. Back to Bosma. She'll drive in, float it up, and no good. Rebound, Gertis had it, and shovels it off to Sturm. The short jumper, yes. Tegan Sturm with 4.
The glass continues to be beneficial for Lennox. Not scoring on too many of their first chances, but they are when they get those second opportunities.
Shot clock is off. Ferguson floats it up. No. Bosma's got 10 seconds to work with. Pass up ahead. Musser, the drive. Yes. And here's the shot from full court. It is off the mark, and we are done with 1/2 of basketball. It is Makpialuta 27, Lennox 21. An exciting game so far, to be sure. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll have the Spirit of Six Award and the Spirit of Sioux Award here at halftime. Coming back in a moment, right here on SDPB.
As much as you have accomplished, There are times you'd rather not go it alone. While you determine what direction you go, we're here to help along the way. So go. Go with community. Go with neighbors. Go with understanding. Go with support.
Don't be fooled by that beat-up old cap. Its faded crown represents the tireless work of America's farmers and ranchers. Its sturdy brim, their dedication to providing our nation with a safe, affordable food source. From sunup to sundown, they're turning quarters into the dollars that drive our rural economy. So we'd like to tip our hat to them. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting those that protect America's food source.
Bioethanol supplies more than just energy. It creates jobs in rural communities. It drives demand for local corn. It provides opportunities for family farms to thrive. To ensure agriculture plays a leading role in the efforts to decarbonize and transition energy, bioethanol remains at the forefront of a pursuit for a cleaner, brighter future for all Americans. Learn how at sdethanol.com.
At Southeast Technical College, you won't just study for a career, you'll live it. Training in classrooms that look, feel, and operate just like the real world. Because the best way to do what you learn is to learn by doing. Get your degree, get to work at Southeast Technical College.
We're at halftime of our championship game. Machpelah Luda up 27-21 here at the break. We've got some awards to hand out. Let's turn it over now to Ryan Neal, our public address announcer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to center court for the award that is known as the Spirit of Six. The Spirit of Six trophy honors the memory of the 6 Rapid City cheerleaders who lost their lives in an airplane accident while returning from the 1968 boys basketball tournament. It was first presented by the South Dakota Peace Officers Association in 1970, and then in 1977, the Peace Officers Auxiliary began presenting the reward at the girls' basketball tournaments. The award exemplifies characteristics of the 1968 Rapid City squad. Those who knew the girls commented on their leadership, school spirit, sportsmanship, and dedication. They were positive representatives for their school and supported their team whether winning or losing. Representing the South Dakota Peace Officers Auxiliary Association, past president is Chad Schlotterbeck. The cheer squad to receive the Spirit of Six trophy for this year's girls' State A basketball tournament is Machpelah Luda. Coach Nevra Murdoch. Cheerleaders Harley Carlo, Taylin Charging Crow, Tashay Hernandez, Haley Hughes, Alice Pouyer, Talia Trueblood, Brooklyn Twist, and Hayden Pouyer.
Congratulations, Machpelah Luda. They win the Spirit of Six award. And for those cheerleaders, that is really kind of like their state championship.
No question. Something that they'll, I'm sure, remember for the rest of their life, and pretty neat moment there for the Mock-Pialuta cheer squad.
Yeah, we got a few minutes to go before we present the Spirit of Six. So why don't we look at the highlights here from this first half of basketball, and it was an up and down affair early on.
Yeah, Lennox gets off to a decent start. They were up 10-7 after that first quarter, and really Mock-Pialuta just turned the tide, 20-11 in the second. But I tell you what, that was a big finish to the half there by the Lennox Orioles. Rather than going down 10+, they were able to cut this to a 2-possession game, only being down 6. That last minute and a half when Carlo Blunt was on the bench with 2 fouls was really important for the Lennox Orioles.
Yeah, Mock-Pialuta outscored Lennox 20-11 in that second period, and Carlo Blunt just went coast to coast after getting a rebound to score there. And then the three-pointer rained in. I think that was Zephyr who got that one. And then Maya Mills, talk about getting the lucky bounce.
In both groups right now, 6 people that have contributed points, with their leading scorer across the board, Ashton Carlo Blunt, but only at 7 points, and then Bergen Musser only at 7 for Lennox. So extremely balanced output for both teams. You'll see Mock-Pialuta shooting 34% from the floor, Lennox similar at 36%.
Take a look at the rebounds, +5 for Lennox, but Lennox has 4 more turnovers, and that's where Mock-Pialuta can really beat teams, forcing turnovers and getting points off turnovers. But right now, that's even at 10-9 in favor of the team in blue.
And the one thing that I think the majority of Lennox's turnovers have been not live ball ones. They've been dead ball ones. They've traveled. They've thrown out of bounds, which honestly is probably a good thing for them, because the Mock-Pialuta, they really thrive on the live ball ones when they can steal passes, take it, and then all of a sudden they got advantage break going the other way.
Yeah, and that defense where they put so much pressure on you, I mean, it's just tough to get it across the timeline.
No doubt. This is what they do to teams. But it's a contrast and certainly in styles a little bit, just in terms of they're going to create some turnovers. Lennox is going to get some offensive rebounds. Those two things have balanced each other out a little bit, but the ability for Mock-Pialuta to hit 5 threes, they had a bunch of looks against that 1-3-1, did a pretty good job of taking care of the basketball against that 1-3-1, had shots. Coach Quill decided, hey, we need to switch to man-to-man, and that honestly served Lennox a little bit better.
For Mock-Pialuta individual scoring, it's Carlo Blunt with 7, Mills with 6, Peyton Knife with 5, and Taksha Zephyr with 5 as well. For Lennox, it is Musser with 7, 4 for Sturm, a couple of players with 3, Bosma and Peters, and then Gertis and Kranz with 2 points apiece. We're awaiting the Lennox team to come out of the locker room, and here they come. And in just a moment, we'll turn things over back to Ryan Neal, and we will have the Spirit of Sioux Award to be handed out. And that, of course, one of the most prestigious individual awards in the state of South Dakota. And Ryan Neal will tell more about it. Of course, it's been going on for quite some time, and we'll turn things over here to Ryan, and we will hand out that very prestigious award.
The Spirit of Sioux Award will be given this year to an outstanding young athlete who exemplifies Siouxland Big Crow's life. Siouxland, a senior at Pine Ridge High School, was killed in a car accident while driving to the 1992 Miss Basketball Award Banquet in Huron. Siouxland was best known for her accomplishments on the basketball court, but Siouxland's academic record and her community involvement were equally important to her. She stood against drugs and alcohol and always talked of making life better for those around her. Sue-Ann recognized the need for more positive role models and chose to become one. Realizing the value of an education, she maintained a near 4.0 grade point average. Sue-Ann's lifestyle is an inspiration to not only the Lakota people, but also to non-Indian people who have responded to her passing with tributes, poems, and letters expressing the positive impact she made on their lives. Sue-Ann possessed an insight for beyond her years. She presented herself as a young Lakota lady who is proud of her heritage and equal to all. The following is a quote from a speech she made to an 8th grade graduating class. High school can be the most fun time of your life, but don't lose sight of the main purpose, an education. It is the key to a better life for our people. The South Dakota Fraternal Order of Police will present the award along with Laura Big Crow, Deanna Big Crow, and Francis Big Crow, all first cousins of Sue-Ann. The 2026 Spirit of Sioux winner is Ashlyn Carlo Blunt from Makapia-Luda.
Congratulations to Ashlyn Carlo Blunt. She has won so many awards throughout her stellar career, and that will certainly be at the top of the list when all is said and done.
I'm sure, yeah. This is obviously a special one for her for a multitude of different reasons, and as there always are, I'm sure there's qualified people in a lot of different things, but I tell you what, you're going to be hard-pressed to find anybody more deserving than she is.
And there are a lot of outstanding young ladies at this tournament, seniors from each squad nominated for that award. We're going to take a break, come back, have the second half of our championship game in a moment right here on SDPB.
Reading opens every door to learning, opportunity, and understanding. The South Dakota Department of Education is strengthening literacy outcomes for students across our state, helping educators connect classroom instruction to the science of how children learn to read and write. Through professional support and shared resources, schools are building strong foundation in literacy for every learner. South Dakota Department of Education, learning, leadership, service.
What does primary care mean to us? At Sanford Health, it means being there when and where you need it most. It means building a relationship, because when a provider really knows you, they can deliver the best care for every aspect of your health and your life. So what does primary care mean for you? It means understanding your health for today and for where you're headed next. It means a lifetime of care for a lifetime of you.
South Dakota, a state shaped by its people. It's more than a place, it's opportunity waiting to be realized. At South Dakota State University, opportunity is turned into progress. Through research, education, and a community that inspires, SDSU drives the future of this state. We're not just here, we're taking action with purpose, trust, and impact. This is SD State.
Protecting crops. Agronomy Plus in Mitchell, Rock Creek in Howard, and Valley Station at Armour provide agronomy services, fertilizer products, and crop analysis systems, including Agronomy 365. This system helps manage your field's performance, supporting small town communities while hiring and training local youth. Agronomy Plus in Mitchell, Rock Creek in Howard, and Valley Station in Armour, serving area producers and their communities.
Getting ready for the second half of basketball. Spirit of 6 goes to Machpeyaluta. Ashlyn Carlo Blunt wins the Spirit of Sioux Award here at the intermission. Now we get back to basketball. Along with Nate Kading, I'm Steve Toom. Great to have you along for the ride on a Saturday night in Watertown. We've got 2 more quarters of basketball to go before we crown a state champion. It's 27-21, Machpeyaluta on top.
And this game really turned when Machpeyaluta could make it kind of an up and down, ragtag type of game. When Lennox settles in, both offensively and defensively, it's a pretty even up matchup.
All right, here we go. Third quarter underway. Carlo Blunt all the way. Got it.
And they just basically cleared the floor for Carlo Blunt.
Oh, near steal there by Ferguson. Pass. Curtis. Pass down low, tipped away, and it's loose on the floor. Lennox gets it back. Shot clock did not reset. Sturm has it. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Here comes Bosma. Puts it up short, and it's off the fingertips of Carlo Blunt, but that never touched the rim. So he only got 4 seconds on the shot clock. Here comes McVeigh to replace Bosma.
And the biggest key right here for Machpeyaluta is not only do you got to match up with folks, don't give them anything easy, but then you got to rebound off this.
McVeigh puts it up from the free throw line, got it.
It's a big 1-foot runner right there from the freshman, Addie McVeigh.
Carlo Blunt takes it inside, has to give it up. Here's Ferguson, got it. She's got 4.
Her own idea of a little floater.
Pass into the front court to Musser. Gertis down the lane. Oh, she got fouled. 2 free throws coming up.
I think they're going to get Peyton, Peyton Knife there. Just
And,
her first.
Yep, that's her first, and first foul of the second half. Gertis to the line. On the season, 57%. She's had a very good tournament. 12 points opening day, 8 points, 5 rebounds last night.
Yeah, she was 4 of 5 from the foul line last night. Continues that strong performance. Only 2 of 6 in their quarterfinal game versus Sioux Valley. It's just really important for this Lennox team to keep this game within striking distance of where you want it, because this Machpeyaluta team can go on some pretty big runs and that momentum can shift in a hurry.
Mills open 3. No, it bounced over the backboard out of bounds. She has had some good looks and a couple of them have rattled out.
And Lennox had switched back to that 1-3-1.
McVeigh on the move. Oh, pass behind the intended receiver, and we're going to have, I think, a jump ball. We will. Possession arrow, Lennox. Six-point advantage for Machpeyaluta. Musser at the free throw line. Outside, Peters, 3. Rattles around and falls.
We've had some friendlier bounces here today.
Iron was kind, and it's a 3-point advantage. Cross court, Mills open, off the mark. I think that skipped off the rim. McVeigh lost the handle, wants to give it to Peters. Picks up her dribble, throws it instead to Sturm. Here comes the double team. She's in trouble. And here's Peters bailing out her teammate. Now the bounce pass down low. Curtis scores.
And what looked to be a pretty precarious spot right in front of us ended up in an open layup.
Mills gives it back to Carlo Blunt. Good ball movement. Here's Carlo Blunt in the lane. Got it. She's got 11.
Yeah, and that one, they didn't settle for any threes. It was a nice find in that post area.
Oh, I think she was over and back. Yep. Tough spot to get a steal.
Yeah, she had established herself in that front court there, it appeared, and then as she was pivoting, came back in the back court. And Lennox has won a couple loose balls, pretty fortunate off that turnover.
Sturm gives way to Peters. Sturm a long three, got it! 7 for her. Tied at 33 and a steal by Lennox as they have turned things around.
And Tegan Sturm was huge last night in their semifinal game with 14.
Cross court, Peters, 3-ball, got it! Montpelier-Ludo.
Your Great Plains Case IH dealers know that hard work starts early, in the field and on the field or the court. Dedication, teamwork, pride. The values driving farmers also power South Dakota athletes. Growing crops or growing champions, it takes the same drive to succeed. Your local Great Plains Case IH dealers know the future is built by showing up day after day, ready to work, ready to win. Great Plains Case IH dealers, supporting schools, athletes, and the communities we grow.
The tide has turned and Lennox has come back to take the lead 36-31, third quarter of our championship game along with Nate Kading. I'm Steve Toom. Great to have you with us. An electric atmosphere here on a Saturday night. Our 3 previous games went down to the final second. And this one may do the same. Got a lot of basketball to play, but momentum on the side of Lennox.
13-2 run for the Orioles here over the last 2.5 minutes.
Yep, they've outscored them 15-6. The Orioles have in this quarter. 3-ball from the corner, no rebound. It's going to be tipped out of bounds. It's going to Lennox. Timeout on the court, 4:07 left to go here in this third quarter of play. Lennox up by 3, back in just a moment on SDPB.
For over 55 years, Muth Electric has been powering progress across the Midwest. Our team of professionals deliver electrical solutions with innovation and safety at the core. We work with purpose, knowing that each project contributes to something bigger. Muth Electric, a partner in building a brighter future since 1970.
Join us for a behind-the-scenes sneak preview look at a bold new masterpiece drama in The Forsytes, an Inside Look.
Sunday at 8, 7 Mountain on SDPB.
Lennox is on a 13-2 run over the last 2 minutes and 42 seconds. As you take a look at that 3-pointer by Peters, and momentum on the side of Lennox.
And the tide has shifted. Lennox taking care of the basketball a little better. Sturm, huge three. Peters, huge three. And Mock-Pialuta cannot buy one from distance.
They're going to the full court press. And they get it across the timeline. Peters, it went off the leg of Zephyr out of bounds. Zephyr, Janice, Carlo Blunt, Haas, standing soldier on the court for Mock-Pialuta. Here's McVeigh. Cross court, Peters had to climb the ladder to get it. Dangerous pass, ball's loose on the floor. And I think we're gonna have, is it a quick timeout? Yes, so Lennox calls a quick timeout here to save the possession with 3:45 left to go here in this third quarter of play.
In 13 seconds here on the shot clock, going to be side out right in front of their bench. But when you get in these possession by possession games, Coach Quill didn't want to be able to lose the possession and probably more importantly the momentum that they've built up. They do only now have 2 timeouts. Mock-Pialuta still 4 in Coach Rama's back pocket.
You know, SDPB's coverage of high school sports and activities is made possible through the generous support of viewers like you. A contribution today helps support the broadcasts of events such as the state basketball tournaments. Make a donation today by visiting sdpb.org/donate. So Lennox will break the huddle with McVeigh, Sturm, Gertis, Peters, Musser. And they'll play it in right in front of their bench. They'll throw it into the corner to McVeigh. Trying to find Musser inside. She's in trouble. And here's Peters, open 3-ball. Yes!
Andy Peters, 12 big ones, drills another.
Near steal is a steal. Musser on the loose, scores. It's an 8-point lead for Lennox, and my, have they turned it around in this quarter.
In Lennox's biggest lead of the game, it's 1-3-1.
Carlo Blunt, that's off the mark. Rebound, tracked down Janice, tapped it to Zephyr. Good hustle play. Carlo Blunt, and he's going to be fouled by Sturm at the top of the key.
18-2 run over the last 4 minutes.
Tegan Sturm with her first foul. Here comes Mills into the game along with Mesteth.
And Lennox has given Mock-Pialuta a taste of their own medicine here in the second half. Already built up. They're up to 14 turnovers on the night.
That 3 bounces around, no good. Standing soldier, the putback, no. Sturm collects the rebound. Here comes the pressure. And a travel. Turnover for Lennox. An opportunity here for Mock-Pialuta. Orioles have hit their last 6 shots from the floor.
And you can see how high that point defender, in this case Bergen Musser, just really makes it difficult.
Sturm with the steal. On the run, bounce pass, Gertis got it in the foul. Timeout, Mock-Pialuta.
And Mock-Pialuta is just not they just simply haven't been in this situation the entire season. As we mentioned at the onset of this game, their closest game was against this Lennox team, but that was even a 10-point victory. And now they're staring a 10-point deficit right in the eye. And I tell you, I talked about it at halftime. That end of the first half was just huge for Lennox. Rather than going down double figures, 10-point lead at half versus 6-point lead, just mentally, it's just a different deal.
Yeah, 2 possessions instead of double digits. I agree with you 100%. That's a big mental factor. As Gertis goes to the free throw line. 22-6, Lennox has outscored Machpeyaluta in this third quarter. You can add on to that, make it 23-6. And this may be the biggest deficit Machpeyaluta has faced all year. And they lost the handle. Carlo Blunt is going to be fouled by Musser, and that is her third.
And they're trying to attack that slot gap with the dribble, but when they do so, Carlo Blunt had turned it over, and their Mestef is fortunate as Lennox really pinches in, and they're trying to get to a point where they can tackle with a bounce and then look to the weak side.
3 short by Carlo Blunt. Standing Soldier got it. Her first points of the night. But with this press, no lead is safe for an opposing team for Machpeyaluta, as you see Carlo Blunt getting the steal. Bill's a little too far out for her. Now they'll rearrange things. And an errant pass as Mestef, I don't know if she was expecting it. Off target nonetheless.
It looked like they were trying to overload that weak side, and Carlo Blunt did not see eyes on the pass and gives it right back to Lennox. And the Orioles are up to 50% shooting on this game, 17-34.
Kranz with the ball, trying to avoid the double team. Peters with it. What a quarter she's had, but an errant pass. And a turnover for Lennox with 1:22 left.
And you mentioned it. There's probably not a lead that's ever safe against this Machpeyaluta team.
They need to make a little bit of a run here to close this quarter, and the 3 ball is on the way, and it's good. Zephyr.
And a big one there from Zephyr, and that's where they like to hunt that slot gap. And I just feel with Bergen Musser on the bench, they just don't quite get that same length at the point of attack.
Kranz is going to be fouled.
Yeah, you probably don't even mind that if you're Machpeyaluta. Not in the bonus yet, and they would have completed that pass. That was going to be a layup by Tori Gertis.
Standing Soldier the foul, her first, team's third. Under a minute to go. Looking inside. Outside, Peters hounded by Mestef. Kranz outside, Peters with the fake. And we're gonna have a foul on Machpeyaluta. And that, I believe, is on number 5. It is Dorothy Mestef, her second, team's fourth.
Yeah, shot clock's gonna obviously reset there, so about an 8-second differential here.
McVeigh, skip pass, Peters, 3 ball, that's off the mark. But the long rebound to McVeigh, and she'll pass it outside. And here's Sturm, the 3, no. But there's Gertis to clean it up.
You see their offensive rebounding prowess again.
Shot clock is off. Shovel to the corner, Mills, a 3. 6 seconds left. See if they can get a shot off. Gertis fires, no. But we have a foul, I believe, and 2 free throws coming up with no time on the clock. Or actually, it'll be 3 free throws, I believe.
Yeah, he had 3 fingers in the air there.
Gertis will get 3 free throws as Mesteth gets that personal foul.
Looks like they actually put 0.1 seconds back on the clock.
First is good.
And Gertis so far perfect at the line tonight, 4 of 4.
On the year, 57%.
Yeah, stepping up in a big moment, and
that one will fall. Got all 3. And now will they have to play the final .1?
I think they were just putting that on to get the lights off the clock.
Yep, to make sure this counted as the third quarter. We're done with 3. 49-41. Lennox on top. Back with the final stanza in a moment right here on SDPB.
Powering the possibilities of tomorrow starts today. For our homes, our farms, our businesses. That's why our Touchstone Energy Cooperative continually plans for the future by utilizing and sourcing safe, reliable power for the next generation. So we can power possibilities long into the future. Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, powering possibilities.
Our Peterson Farm seed reps, real-life seed heroes, well, they've been known to go the extra mile, literally thousands of extra miles every year. And when they're not driving gravel roads, they're out walking fields and sampling soil. When time is the enemy, they're there to save what's left of the day. Are all Peterson Farm seed reps seed heroes? I guess that's a yes. Peterson Farm Seed, we're that kind of seed company.
Lennox outscores Machpeyaluta 28-14 in that third period of play, and it's an 8-point edge for the Orioles. Mesteth open, drives, kicks, the shooter, Zephyr, no, long rebound. Mesteth drives, put it up, no good, foul, 2 free throws coming up. Torrey Gertis had 12 points in that third quarter for Lennox. Andy Peters had 9.
Yeah, they were able to hit a couple big threes, get to the foul line in Gertis's case.
And the free throw up and in. Mesteth with 3 points on the night. Tegan Sturm with the foul, and that is her third. That one rattles around, no good. Gertis with the rebound, and right away the pressure comes.
And every point is important at this point in time, as this clock is just going to continue to whittle down.
Probably can't tick fast enough for the Lennox fans. Musser open. Sturm drives through traffic, puts it up, no good. The rebound to Mills. Carlo Blunt on the move. They pass it down low. Gertis tips it away from Standing Soldier, but it's off of Standing Soldier, out of bounds to Lennox.
Yeah, and some of the decisions that Machpeyaluta is making against this 1-3-1, that was going to be a tough pass right there from Mesteth.
Peters passes cross court to Sturm. Under 7 minutes to go in regulation. Bullet pass. Musser barely handled it. Sturm a 3. It's going to be short. And the rebound saved to Carlo Blunt. And they'll go to the corner to Zephyr. No, rebound by McVeigh. And I think we're going to have a foul on Machpeyaluta. And that may be on Mesteth. If it is, that's her fourth.
And Machpeyaluta's Had some quality looks from three.
It is on Mesteth. Musser gets it to Peters. McVeigh. Lead is 7. 3-possession game.
Yeah, and this Lennox team has just done a much better job kind of finding their rhythm against this pressure defense.
12 on the shot clock and a foul. And that might be on Dorothy Mesteth. It is, and she's just fouled out of the game. The senior heads to the bench. Finishes the night with 3 points. Ferguson in to replace her. 6, 14 and counting.
Yeah, I really need to try to have some defense, create some offense. That's good execution there.
Peters had the open look, and it's saved by McVeigh. And a foul on Makpia Luda. I think they were trying to get a timeout called.
And the other thing, that's going to be their 3rd team foul here with still 6 minutes to play. So Lennox is going to find their way into this bonus here pretty quick.
Mills with the foul, her 3rd personal. Gertis drives, lefty, got it.
And they're finding that high post. In the first half, Makpia Luta was doing a much better job covering up that high post. Either attacks from up there, and there Carlo Blunt probably forces that one a little bit.
Gertis collects the rebound, but the pressure established right away. Sturm will slow it down. Double team may be forthcoming, and here it is. They get it away and slip it across the court. McVeigh has played big minutes tonight. Pass outside. Peters, 3-ball, bingo! Timeout called. I think Makpia Luta just spent the timeout. They did. As you get a look at that 3-ball, what great ball movement made by Lennox on that possession.
We've seen this a ton in the second half. They're hitting high post and either looking to attack from there or looking opposite. Okay, well schooled, just like you should do. And I tell you what, we've talked about momentum swings both ways. We talked about how important it was to chip this down to a 6-point deficit on Lennox's side going into half. Well, on the other side, Makpia Luta had this at, what was that, at 5 or 6 prior to Tori Gertis getting fouled with no time left on the clock to stretch it back out to, I believe, an 8-point lead at that point. And they've just kind of continued right on from where they were.
Yeah, those 3 free throws were big. It did make it 49-41 at the end of the 3rd period of play. And Lennox with all the momentum. But we still got 5:09 left to go.
It's been tough for this Makpia Luta team to find much offense here against this 1-3-1. They're doing a better job covering on the low defender as well as the wings.
Carlo Blunt lets it roll up court for a bit. It's 1-3-1. It's been tough to deal with. Hamlin found that out, and there's its tip. Musser races out, collects it, lays it up, too strong. McVeigh, too strong. Another one, too strong. And finally, it is Ferguson racing out of the crowd with the basketball. She'll float it up, too short, and it's out of bounds. Who's it going to? Makpia Luta. Timeout on the court, 4:41 left in regulation. Lennox 54, Makpia Luta 42, back in 1 minute, right here on SDPB.
Lake Area Technical College provides hands-on learning and practical experience in real-world environments. Prepare for a career right out of school, from the moment you step on campus, for an education that can really be put to work. Lake Area Tech is the start of something new.
Hey, buddy.
They built the ships that fought at Guadalcanal. They riveted the wings on the planes that bombed Germany. They saved the wounded at Anzio. They broke codes and boundaries, and in so doing, created an enduring legacy. The real stories never before shared from the women who were there. Join us to celebrate the hidden history of the women of World War II, the untold stories.
Tonight after basketball on SDPB.
You look at the Lennox cheering section there. They've got a lot to cheer about as their team is up by a dozen with 4:41 left in regulation. Machpialuta plays it in. You got 25 on the shot clock. Carlo Blunt attacks in the paint, too strong. Rebound fought for. Who's it off of? Lennox. 16 on the shot clock.
Yeah, still 16, and Lennox has outscored this Machpialuta team 33-15 so far in this first half.
Or second half.
Or yeah, excuse me, second half.
Now we're going to have a foul on Lennox on the inbounds play. Mills should get some free throws here. It's only the second team foul, but it was in the act of shooting. And that's going to be on McVeigh, but that's only her first. Mills 89% on the year.
And every one is important right now for Machpialuta, and then this will also allow them to set up what will assuredly be their full court press.
Remember earlier today, Lakota Tech was down by a dozen in the fourth quarter. They came back and won. And that one's short, and Gertis has the rebound. McVeigh in trouble in the backcourt, and is he going to have a foul? We will on Carlo Blunt. Oh, that's Zephyr.
Yeah, that was probably a little bit of a tough one for Machpialuta right there, as Addie McVeigh was losing her footing going down, I think, before much of any contact.
And that is going to be taken away by Mills. Ooh, nearly lost the handle. Zephyr a three. It's going to be short of the mark. And saved in bounds, but to Machpialuta. Knife lost the handle, got it back, throws it outside. The team in blue will reset. Under 4 minutes to go. Carlo Blunt, nice drop off to Peyton Knife, who's got 7.
Both teams right now still with 2 timeouts.
Gertis on the move. Gets it outside to Peters, and Lennox will work some clock. They're up by 9.
Yeah, shot opportunities, no turnovers are big.
Oh,
nice
Gertis.
dish right there.
Gertis with 18 on a nice assist. It's back to a double-digit lead. Long three, no. Rebound fought for, loose. Some contact, no foul. Peyton Knife trying to do something with it. Mills again for 3. That's going to be short. Gertis collects the rebound and is practically hugged by Carlo Blunt. She was trying to get that rebound or try to get a steal.
And Mills right now, 3 of 14 from 3. She's had 3 of 15 from 3. Has had a host of good looks. Just hasn't been her night from down there.
That is the 5th team foul. So Lennox free throws the rest of the way. As a team, 57% on the season.
Yeah, and probably even more importantly, 89% tonight. 9 of 10 from the foul line. They've capitalized, and a lot of it is Tori Gertis, 7 of 7 herself.
And she has just been dynamite tonight with 20 points. The lead, 13 now. Pass tipped. Machpialuta maintains possession. Zephyr, no shot. Carlo Blunt has to come get that one, floats it up, no. Gertis, another rebound. Sturm on the new move. And they're gonna try to go for a jump ball. They will. Possession arrow favors Lennox. 2:31 left. See what Lennox can cook up here. They'll throw it in the backcourt. That's allowed on that inbounds play.
Yeah, his clock is just ticking down here.
Off of Carlo Blunt, out of bounds as McVeigh was trapped near the sideline. 19 on the shot clock. They get it to Gertis. Now to the middle of the court. Sturm backing away from Ferguson. Now drives, double teamed, lost the handle. Throws it out to midcourt. They've got time. Musser down low. Gertis throws it up and in. Oh my goodness.
And things are going really well for the Orioles.
Knife gets loose, throws it up too strong off the window. McVeigh is going to be fouled as she collects the rebound. We're at 1:52 and the lead 15. And that is going to be on Peyton Knife, and that is her second. We march down to the other end of the court. As the shot clock's winding down, watch this. Pass down low, off balance, off the window, and in.
It's like a double whammy right there when you can take that much time off the clock and you're still able to convert 2 points.
Yeah, because the clock is certainly the enemy of Makpia Luta right now. Second one, good. The lead, 16. Carlo Blunt watches it roll up court. She'll throw it to the outside. There's a three on the way, no good. Good look there for Ferguson, but off the back iron. Pass, tip, stolen, and Lennox got it back. And Peters into the front court. And now they'll get it to McVeigh. Boy, she's played a great game tonight. So has Peters, her final game.
Yeah, they've had a bunch of customers step up.
And we're gonna have a foul in the paint. 2 free throws coming up.
You got 3 freshmen out on the floor for Lennox and a sophomore, and obviously the importance of Andy Peterson and her senior leadership and shooting ability.
Carlo Blunt got the foul, her 4th. That one rattles and falls. 10 now for Musser. Second one in the air, no. The long rebound to Ferguson. Carlo Blunt, they've got to operate in a hurry. Down by a bunch.
Yeah, and it was really this 1-3-1 that has just caused fits, and they've had some open looks, and they're finally,
Maya Mills.
Mills gets one to go down. Too little, too late here.
Under a minute to go. And we're going to have a foul in the backcourt. I think that one's on Ferguson. That's her first. And with a 14-point lead and 53.3 seconds left, the Oriole fans are on their feet. McVeigh to the line for a pair. She has had a great floor game tonight, 4 points, but her passing, her defense has been stellar.
And Lennox just only 21 turnovers, which sounds a lot, but what Makpia Luta does to some teams is
and they were able to even cut down on that much more in the second half.
Carlo Blunt trying to get a shot off. Zephyr had it blocked, and Gertis ends up with it. Looking. And Sturm didn't even try to advance, and a timeout has been called by Lennox.
And they can almost taste it here.
Lennox won a title back in 1998. They were runner-up in 97, runner-up in 2017. One of Andy Peters' sisters played on that runner-up team. And she is just 37.8 seconds away from closing out her senior campaign with a state title.
And I tell you what, they're certainly battle-tested, playing in arguably probably the tough one of the toughest for sure regions in the entire state at the Class A level. And you look at Sioux Falls Christian last year winning a state title, and Vermilion the year before winning a state title.
And
now
12 conferences, as tough as it gets.
As tough as it gets. And now they're going to have their moment.
Peters throws it to half court. Gertis finds McVeigh. And Lennox probably just going to play a little keep away here. And I think Ashlyn Carlo Blunt has just fouled out as her stellar career. Yep, that is fifth. And that young lady, I know, heartbroken after finishing runner-up last year. They'll finish runner-up this year. And this young lady is such an outstanding person. She won the Spirit of Sioux Award earlier tonight. She has meant so much to this community. And she gets some hugs on the bench. That young lady heading to the University of South Dakota to do great things there and beyond, no doubt.
No question, Steve. She can hold her chin up high, and I'm sure she badly wanted this for the team and the community and all that. And you gotta just give this Lennox team a whole lot of credit. They were able to contain her for much of the game. She didn't even get a shot up for many minutes to start off with, kept her out of transition. And the thing for the fans around here that's nice, they'll be able to continue to watch her compete.
Yep. 3 ball on the way. Mills collects that one. She had a tough night shooting, collected a few there. Peters moves up court across the timeline. Into the game is number 10, Izzy Vargas, a senior. She handles the basketball, and it's knocked out of bounds. Good to see her get into the contest. All they got to do is throw it in. Andy Peters. And the Lennox Orioles are state champions, 65-51 your final.
And what an effort in the second half by this Lennox Orioles group. Held another team well below their scoring average. Machpialuta only shot 32% from the floor. 9 of 32 from 3, and that was even boosted with a couple late ones right there. And I tell you, the length and athleticism we've been talking about it these last 3 days of this Lennox team, closing out on shooters quickly, not allowing them anything easy, especially in that second half.
You know, the thing about a championship game like this, Machpialuta was here a year ago out in Spearfish, lost on a buzzer beater by Leslie Setzer. And tonight, they had such high hopes coming into this contest. I know that's a lot of heartbreak over there, but this is a great team. Matt Rama's got a great program over there.
Certainly, and we mentioned, obviously, a few important seniors for them, but they got a good young cast of characters coming up as well. and I'm sure they'll continue to work. I know they're a program just like Lennox that puts a lot of time. In order to get to this moment, to this stage, it isn't just a 5-month affair during the season. You got to work in the off season. You got to come together, strength and conditioning and team camps and workouts, and all these teams to get to this point do so.
You know, coming into this tournament, I thought that Lennox was a dark horse team to watch out for as they fill out the bracket on the far end of the court. And now they will gather up around their head coach, Adam Quayle, and they will receive their championship trophy and their individual medals here just momentarily. We invite you to stay with us because after both teams get their trophies, we will have the all-tournament team announced here at the stadium. So we've got a lot of individual awards and team awards to hand out here as Lennox claims their first championship since 1988. And in a moment, we'll turn it over to Ryan Neal, our public address announcer, as the officials are getting everybody lined up here on the court. As we gotta make sure everything is in place before we start handing out the trophies.
Yeah, certainly trying to get everybody lined up here, and
yep, keeping some fans off the court too. They have to wait till everything is done.
yeah, and we talked about just even the youth that this Lennox group has, and for much of that second half, 3 freshmen out on the court, and Tegan Sturm hit a big three as well, and just got to give them a ton of credit that this moment wasn't too big for them, and they stepped up and rose to it.
What a turnaround in that third quarter, 28-14. That was the telltale quarter as Lennox outscored Makapialuta in that decisive period. They gained the lead and they never relinquished it. Let's go to Ryan Neal, our public address announcer. We still got to get a few things sorted out on the sidelines here before we turn things over here. And now Ryan Neal will take over.
To present the Class A runner-up trophy and the championship trophy, along with the team medals, is Dr. Jeff Danielson and Chad Allison from the South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors. Assisting with the team awards presentation are representatives from the Activities Association corporate partners. Lori Fieber from Sanford Health, Staff Sergeant Joe McNeely from the South Dakota Army National Guard, and Brianna Beebe from foundation donor First Premier Bank Car. The runners-up trophy goes to Makapialuta. Number 0, Maya Mills. Number 1, Ashlyn Carlo Blunt. Number 2, Takja Zephyr. Number 3, Josephine Haas. Number 4, Soraya Weston. Number 5, Dorothy Mezdad. Number 10, Kimona Nubo. Number 20, Anaya Lunderman. Number 12, Layla Janice. Number 15, Shania Ferguson. Number 20, Melody Shanice. Number 21, Talissa Herman. Number 22, Keegan Carlo. Number 23, Ophelia Zugana. Number 24, Peyton Knife. Number 32, Jaden Standing Soldier. Managers, Hayden Pettigrew, Janine Thunderhawk, and Peyton Villates. Assistant coach, Donnie LeBleu and Tara Garnier. Amanda Carlo, and head coach, Matt Rama. The 2026 Class A basketball tournament champions are the Lennox Orioles. Number 3, Tegan Sturham. Number 4, Addie McVeigh. Number 5, Libby Carans. Number 10, Izzy Vargas. Number 11, Peyton Herlin. Number 12, Bergen Munster. Number 14, Allison Louie. Number 15, Maya Hanish. Number 20, Jayla DeCow. Number 21, Katie Sherrard. Number 23, Kenzie Banza. Number 24, Andy Peter. Number 30, Carly Basma. Number 33, Tori Gerdes. Number 45, Olivia Niederbaumer. Managers, Hadley Johnson, Holly Gillick, Hannah Adney, Stella Hilt. Assistant coaches, Cray Pearson and Paul McVeigh. And head coach of the Lennox Orioles, Mr. Adam Quayle.
Congratulations to Lennox as they pose for their team photo. And in just a moment, after we get the team photo wrap up, then we will have the all-tournament team named as soon as they get that photo taken. 65-51 Orioles with the victory. Let's go for the all-tournament team.
26 girls Class A all-tournament team. Ladies, if you're in attendance, please come and get your award at center court. Ashlyn Copel from Wagner. Lizzie Robinson from Lakota Tech. Casey Jaton from West Central. Kay Karadek from Sioux Valley. Madison Neuendorf from Hamlin. Leslie Setzer from Sioux Falls Christian. Emery Lems, Sioux Falls Christian. Maya Mills, Macpiluda. Ashlyn Carlo Blunt, Macpiluda. Bergen Messer, Lennox. Tegan Sturham, Lennox. And Tori Gertis, Lennox.
And congratulations to the ladies who are named to this year's all-tournament team. We will take a break and come back and hear from the winning coach. Back with more from the Class A girls basketball tournament here on SDPB.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
You hear about work-life balance like it's a big equation you have to find the answer to. But I think it's much simpler than that. So simple it was right in front of us. Start with the life you want, and everything else will follow.
You'll find there's never a dull moment in this house.
Welcome to Downton.
This house has no secrets.
Downton is catching up with the times we live in.
This calls for a toast.
It makes you want to jig about, though, doesn't it?
Heavens, we are quite a party.
Oh, goody goody.
Downton Abbey. Stream all seasons with Passport on the PBS app.
Lennox wins the championship 65-51. Nate Kading standing by with Coach Quayle.
Coach, what an absolute slugfest of a game right there. You guys were down early in that first half, chipped away, came back, and then stretched it out. What all went into that here this evening?
You know, the girls just stuck together. We got down, we were down 6 at half, held it together, strung a couple possessions together in the second half, and got some stops defensively that led some run-out layups, and we finally got going a little bit.
Offensively, great balance. Seemed to take care of the basketball better in that second half. What was the message to the team to do that at halftime?
Yeah, we didn't value the basketball very well in the first half. Second half, you know, we made a conscious effort to make strong reversals, and we found the high post, which opened up for open looks.
Andy Peters, we talked about the shots that she hit, how big that was. Her being a senior out there amongst a lot of youngsters for a lot of that game. Talk about what she means to this team and the program.
She means so much. She's been with us for 5 years. For her to have a championship game like that, knocking down shots, communicating nonstop on defense, just a little thing she does. She's a great example for the rest of the team.
Go enjoy this one with your team there, Coach. Thanks.
Thank you.
Adam Quayle, head coach for Lennox, as his team is celebrating here, cutting down the nets in Watertown. 65-51 the final score. And for Andy Peters, 15 points, 2 assists on the night. She also had a steal as she closes up her great career. And Tori Gertis, a double-double on the night, 22 points, 10 rebounds. Leading the way, also in double figures, was Bergen Musser. She was hampered a bit by foul problems, but she still had 10 points, 3 assists on the night, and a couple of rebounds for Lennox. Tegan Sturm, 8 points, 7 assists, and 4 steals on the night for Lennox. As you see the team cutting down the nets here. And for Makpia Luda, it was Maya Mills leading the way with 16, and Ashlyn Carlo Blunt in double figures with 11 points. And wow, what a difference, what a turnaround we saw in that third quarter of play.
Yeah, just a little stronger with the basketball. Like Coach Quayle said, they were really emphasizing those strong, quick reversals. And then defensively, that 1-3-1, and then the activity with it. I think they found shooters quicker on the airtime of passes in that second half than they did in the first half. The other thing they did, there were multiple times in the first half where Makpia Luda was able to get those slot drives against the 1-3-1, skip to the weak side. They closed those gaps down, created a few turnovers off of it, didn't allow them those same type of looks in the second.
And those turnovers hurt Makpia Luda as Musser got the run out there. Turn around, put up, standing soldier, and the bucket there. But Tori Gertis finishing at the rim time and again, including that wild play.
Yeah, and she was absolutely big, obviously. 22 points, 10 rebounds for the freshman. She was a recipient of a lot of great passes as well, finding her in a position where she could just catch and score. Because the thing when you're attacking this Makpia Luda team, you got to be efficient with your bounces. Can't take too many of them, and Lennox did a great job of that in the second half.
We'll come back with more from Watertown in a moment, right here on SDPB.
Creating a legacy means different things to everyone. For us, it's about family, watching my daughter follow in my footsteps, passing the farm onto her, and working side by side every day. It's about building something that lasts. AgTegra Cooperative has been by our side through it all, supporting us from one generation to the next. AgTegra Cooperative, legacy rich, future focused for generations to come.
Educators across South Dakota are coming together to elevate, educate, and empower. This June, the Department of Education hosts the South Dakota Literacy Conference in Mitchell, a gathering dedicated to advancing the science of reading and sharing new insights into how students learn, exploring research and real-world strategies for South Dakota educators to move literacy forward for all learners. South Dakota Department of Education, learning, leadership, service.
Bank West is rooted in South Dakota. Committed to local success. Just like you. We're all connected. In South Dakota. For South Dakota. Convenient, connected, committed. Bank West.
South Dakota, a state shaped by its people. It's more than a place, it's opportunity waiting to be realized. At South Dakota State University, opportunity is turned into progress. Through research, education, and a community that inspires, SDSU drives the future of this state. We're not just here, we're taking action with purpose, trust, and impact. This is SD State.
And welcome back to Watertown, which has been our home for the last few days. Lennox prevails in the championship game, 65-51. These teams met in the regular season. It was a 10-point win for Machpelah-Luta, but Lennox turned it around and they win their first state championship since 1988. And what a day with basketball we had. We started it off earlier today. Lakota Tech coming from behind to beat Wagner 67-64, and then another one that went down to the final seconds. It was Sioux Valley beating West Central 63-61. And then in the earlier game, Sioux Falls Christian beat Hamlin 51-50, and then you see the game that just wrapped up here, 65-51. And Nate, one of the things I take away from this tournament, we talked about all along, so many talented underclassmen.
So many talented underclassmen, and you just, if you're a fan of basketball and you're a fan of South Dakota basketball, it's in a good spot here, especially with these high-level teams that build programs and they build excitement about competing in girls basketball. It's something that will just continue to be more and more important here as the years go on. And I tell you what, you got to give just an absolute tremendous amount of credit to this Lennox team. Avenged all their losses throughout the regular season. Had 3 of them coming in, 2 to Hamlin, 1 to Machpelah-Luta. Beat Hamlin in the semis, and here we are tonight.
And Lennox back in 2024, they won the football championship, so they've been on a pretty good roll here the last couple of years, and their girls basketball team, no doubt about it, is built for the future. Well, that's going to put a wrap on things here from Watertown. Next week, we have 2 tournaments in Rapid City and 1 in Aberdeen, and it will be a fun time. Boys basketball starts on Thursday the 19th. All the information at sdpb.org/basketball. I want to thank the crew here in Watertown, the tournament officials, and everybody working behind the scenes here in Watertown. For our entire production crew, engineering, operations, our camera people from Watertown High School who did a good job. We're going to wish you good night. For Nate Kading, I'm Steve Toom. You've been watching the Class A Girls Basketball Tournament. This is SDPB. Good night, everybody.